저희가 푸짐하게 경품을 준비를 했는데요. 경품에 당첨되는 행운까지도 가져가시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 경품 추첨에 또 참여하실 분들은요. 입장하실 때 보시면 아마 경품에 참여하실 수 있도록 경품 함이 마련이 되어 있습니다. 거기에 번호를 넣어주시면 되겠고요. 발표 자료 잘 챙겨주시면 고맙겠습니다. 현장에서 지급되는 발표 자료집 저희가 준비를 했는데요. 혹시나 또 QR코드로도 접속해서 확인하실 수가 있습니다. 온라인으로 다운받으실 수가 있으니까요. 이 점도 참고해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 2022 글로벌 메타버스 콩그레스를 위해서 함께해 주신 분들께 저희가 또 기념품도 준비를 했습니다. 잊지 마시고 꼭 챙겨가시기를 부탁드립니다. 네, 오늘 함께해 주신 여러분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후 2022 글로벌 메타버스 콩그레스가 시작되겠습니다. 여러분들께서는 원활한 진행을 위해서 휴대전화의 상태 진동이나 무음으로 되어 있는지 확인 부탁드리겠고요. 모두 착석해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 자, 아울러 이번 행사는 동시 통역 서비스가 제공이 됩니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 2번이고요. 테이블 위에 놓여져 있는 통역 수신기를 활용해 주시면 되겠습니다. 그리고 나가실 때는 사용하신 후에는 꼭 반납을 해주시기를 부탁드립니다. 이번 행사는 한 ICT 융합빌리지 유튜브 채널을 통해서 라이브로 생중계가 되고 있습니다. 저희 모든 행사가 끝나고 나면은요, 저희 마지막으로 경품 추첨도 있을 예정입니다. 잊지 마시고 경품 추첨에 함께 하셔서 경품에 당첨되는 행운까지도 가져가시면 좋을 것 같습니다. Today, simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the event, so if you need it, please use the receiver on your table. Channel 1 for Korean, Channel 2 for English. Please note this. 네, 그리고 이번 행사의 발표 자료는요, QR코드를 통해서도 다운로드 받으실 수가 있습니다. 아울러 여러분들 행사의 원활한 진행을 위해서 다시 한번 휴대전화의 상태, 진동이나 무음으로 되어 있는지 확인 부탁드리겠고요. 경품 참여 방법은 아마 입장하실 때 경품 함이 있을 겁니다. 거기에 번호를 넣어주시면 되겠습니다. 여러분들의 적극적인 참여 부탁드리겠고요. 이번 콩그레스 끝날 때까지 끝까지 자리해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 몇 가지 더 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 이번 행사는 과학기술정보통신부가 주최하고 정보통신산업진흥원과 부산정보산업진흥원이 주관하는 행사입니다. 메타버스 창작자 생태계를 선도하는 대한민국을 주제로 행사가 개최가 되고 있고요. 창작자 중심의 메타버스 생태계를 고려해서 국내 메타버스 정책과 글로벌 환경을 발표하고 또 국내외 저작도구, 선도기업의 기술과 비즈니스 모델을 통해서 디지털 신대륙에 정착할 수 있는 방법론을 제시하고자 오늘 이 뜻깊은 자리가 마련이 됐습니다. 오늘 발표는 기조연사의 발표와 더불어서 세션 1과 2로 나뉘어서 진행이 될 예정입니다. 국내외, 우리 해외, 국내외 메타버스 전문가들의 유의미한 강연들이 여러분들과 함께할 예정이니까요. 오늘 끝까지 함께해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 연사자분들의 발표, 현장에서 발표 자료집을 통해서 확인하실 수가 있고요. 또 QR코드를 통해서 온라인으로 다운받으실 수가 있습니다. 참고해 주십시오. 네. 그러면 2022 글로벌 메타버스 콩그레스 바로 시작하겠습니다. 네, 바쁘신 가운데 오늘 이 뜻깊은 자리에 함께 해주신 여러분 안녕하세요. 만나서 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 메타버스 콩그레스 진행을 맡은 아나운서 김연진입니다. 인사드리겠습니다. 네, 귀한 시간 이렇게 함께해 주신 여러분들께 진심으로 감사드리겠고요. 또 환영의 말씀을 전합니다. 자, 오늘 발표 말씀드린 것처럼 기조 연사자분들의 강연과 세션 1, 2 이렇게 나뉘어서 진행이 될 예정입니다. 메타버스 창작자 생태계를 선도하는 대한민국을 주제로 오늘 행사가 진행이 되겠고요. 창작자 중심의 메타버스 생태계를 고려해서 국내 메타버스 정책과 글로벌 환경에 대한 이야기, 또 국내외 저작도구, 선도기업의 기술과 비즈니스 모델을 통해서 디지털 신대륙에 정착할 수 있는 방법론을 오늘 이 자리를 통해서 만나보실 수가 있습니다. 말씀드린 것처럼 발표 자료, 현장에서 발표 자료집을 통해서 확인하실 수가 있고요. 또 QR코드를 통해서 온라인으로 다운로드 받으실 수가 있습니다. 이 점 참고해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 첫 번째 발표를 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 기존 강연을 시작으로 메타버스에 대한 다양한 주제가 논의될 예정인데요. 첫 강연은요, 과학기술정보통신부 소프트웨어 정책관 이병진 디지털 콘텐츠 과장님께서 준비를 해주셨습니다. 디지털 신대륙 메타버스로 도약하는 대한민국을 주제로 강연을 하시겠습니다. 자, 그럼 여러분 큰 박수로 청해보도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하십니까?
Hello everyone.
과기정통부 디지털
I'm from
콘텐츠 과장
Ministry of Science and
이병진입니다.
ICT.
2022
Director at
코리아
the
메타버스
Ministry.
퍼스티벌에 많은 관심을
First of all,
갖고
thank you everyone for
참석해 주셔서
showing your great
감사드리며
interest in
뜻깊은 행사에서
this
기조 발표를 하게 되어 영광으로
important global
생각합니다.
Metaverse Congress, and it's my
먼저
honor
저희
to
과인
present
디지털
at this
콘텐츠과에
congress.
대해 설명을
So
드리면
I'm from the
많은
division
분들이
of
왜
digital
디지털
contents,
콘텐츠과에서 메타버스를 하지?
and you might
이렇게
wonder
의아해하실
why
것 같습니다.
digital
저희 디지털
contents
콘텐츠과는 기존에는 주로
division
VR,
is giving
AR
a
같은 실험
presentation on
콘텐츠를
Metaverse.
중심으로 정책을
And
세웠는데요.
let me brief you on
이
this.
메타버스가
We
결국 이제 VR, AR 같은
established the policy
실감
direction for
기술의 어떤
Metaverse.
주된
Because it is
그
related to
동인으로
immersive content.
확장됐기 때문에 자연스럽게
And I think it's
과기정통부 내에서
natural that
저희
within the
과가
Ministry
메타버스
of
정책을
Science
맡게
and
되었고요.
ICT,
또
our division
과기정통부가
is
정부 내에서는 ICT 정책의 주무부처로서
Metaverse, and we support
메타버스 정책을
Metaverse
총괄하고 있기 때문에
development as well.
지금 저희 부에서 저희 과가
So
발표한
in our
정책은
ministry, the
크게
policy
보면
that
정부
we
정책의 큰
announce,
줄기 중에 하나다 이렇게
it is
보셔도
one of
무방하실 것 같습니다.
one of the
그럼
pillars of
지금부터
the
본격적인
policies
발표를
that
시작하겠습니다.
the entire Korean
일단 저희
government is
과기정통부는
announcing. So,
메타버스를 이 제목과 같이
as you can
무한한
see in
기회를
this
가진
title, we
디지털
believe that
신대륙으로 보고
Metaverse
있습니다.
is a virtual
메타버스가
new
가진 잠재력을
frontier that
충분히
has great
활용해
potential, and we want to
우리나라가
make use of
디지털
the
강국으로
potential that
도약하기 위해
this
추진하고 있는
Metaverse has.
다양한
And there are
정책들을
various policies
여러분들께
that
지금부터
we are
소개해드리겠습니다.
planning, we are carrying out, and let me brief you on these today.
발표는 보시는 바와 같이
So this is the flow of
새로운
my
기회
presentation
신대륙
today. Today I'll be
메타버스부터
talking about the
여덟 번째
Metaverse, which
메타버스의
is the new
가치와
frontier,
기대까지
and then from
크게
1
여덟
to
부분으로
8,
구성되어
I
있습니다.
have 8 parts in my presentation today.
메타버스는 미래의 경제
So,
사회 혁신을 이끌
Metaverse
신산업으로
is
주목받고
a new
있습니다.
industry that will lead the future
메타버스에
economy and
대해서 아직
society
명확하게
change.
합의된 개념이
And
없는
there
건
is
사실이지만
not a consensus
저희
in terms of how to
과기정통부는
define
정책적으로
Metaverse, but this is how
세
we
가지
define.
징표를
And
중심으로
there are three
메타버스를 정의하고
characteristics
있습니다.
of Metaverse.
첫 번째
First of
특징은
all,
가상과 현실이
it
융합된 공간이고
converges
두
the
번째
virtual
특징은
space
그
and
공간
real
내에서
space. And
사람과
second,
사물이
and within the
상호작용을
space,
하면서
people and
결국에
objects, they
그냥
interact with
단순한
each other.
콘텐츠를 소비하는 게
And
아니라
you're not
경제,
just
사회, 문화적
consuming
가치를
the
창출하는
contents, but you're
새로운
actually
세계다라고 저희는
creating the
메타버스를
value. And
정의하고
that's the
있습니다.
third characteristics of
앞으로
Metaverse.
저희는
It's creating
메타버스가
value.
디지털
So we
삶과
believe that
물리적
Metaverse
삶을 자연스럽게
will
결합하는 차세대
converge
인터넷
the
환경으로
reality and the
현실
virtual
세계를
world.
대체하는 것이
And
아니라
it won't
현실
replace
세계를
the physical
보완하고
world, but it will
실생활 경험을
complement the
강화하는
physical world, and
플랫폼으로
it
발전할
will
것으로
complement the
기대하고 있습니다.
experiences of the real world.
우리가 메타버스를 주목하는 이유 중에
So there are many
하나는
reasons why we
메타버스가
focus on
ICT
Metaverse.
기술의 단순한 진화가 아니라
Metaverse is not
IT
just
생태계의
a
새로운
simple
패러다임 변화를
evolution
불러올
from what we
플랫폼으로
are today. It will be
혁명적인
a
변화를
new
가져올 것으로
platform that will bring
기대하고 있기
revolution.
때문입니다. 과거 2000년대
So when you look at the
PC를
past,
PC와 초고선택 인터넷망을 중심으로
personal
형성된
PCs
웹 1.0은 일방형 정보 전달
underpinned
위주였고
Web 1.0,
웹 2.0부터
and it
참여와
was
소통이
focused on
강화되긴
sharing
했지만
information. And from Web
그럼에도 여전히
2.0, the
인터넷은 빅테크
participation
중심
was
기업을
more
중심으로 중앙
encouraged.
집권적으으로
However,
형성돼 있었고
it was still
가상과 현실은 분리되어
centralized, and
있었습니다.
the virtual world and the
그러나
real world was
2020년대
separated.
이후에는
But since
소위
2020,
웹 3.0이라
we are seeing
불리우는
the rise of
차세대
Web
인터넷
3.0,
환경으로
and it's
XR
a next
디바이스가
generation
대중화되면서
internet space.
현실과 가상이 융합된
And
가상융합 공간과
HMT and
다양한
glasses
크리에이터가
are
자유롭게
bringing
활동할 수
forth
있는
the new
탈중앙화
virtual
현상을
world, and
특징으로
we are
하는
seeing
메타버스로
decentralization.
IT 생태계 중심축이 이루어지지
And
않을지
the
저희가
IT
기대하고 있습니다.
ecosystem pillar is moving towards Metaverse.
메타버스의 메타버스라는
So,
플랫폼이고
a metaverse is a
플랫폼의
platform,
변화를 주도하는
and there are
다양한
many
기반 기술들이
elements
있는데요.
or
크게
technologies
보면
that drive the
가상 융합
changes of
기술부터
metaverse.
디지털
So there are
데이터
digital
네트워크, AI,
twin,
블록체인 등을
virtual convergence
크게 우리가
technology,
예로 들수
data
있습니다.
network, AI, and
첫
blockchain. Those are
번째로
some of
가상
the
융합 기술은
technologies.
VR,
So
AR로
first
불리는
one,
것으로 결국은
VR,
우리
AR
눈앞에
technology
가상 세계나
is
현실과 같은 융합된 세계를 보여주는
blurring the
기술로서 아주
virtual
중요하고
world
두
in a
번째
physical
디지털
world. And
트윈은
second, the
우리가
digital twin
이 메타버스가 결국 현실 세계를 그대로 복사해서 가상
is
세계에 가져다주는
replicating what
형식
is in the real
미러월드도
world.
중요한
It's
메타버스의
similar to
하나인데
mirror world.
그
It's
디지털
also one
트윈이
of the
그 기반
important
기술이 될 수
characteristics of
있다고 볼 수 있고요.
metaverse.
그 외에
And
데이터나 네트워크, 5G
data,
같은
network,
경우는
AI,
메타버스가 보여주는
5G,
기반을
they are providing the
그 기반적인
foundation
기술이고 특히
for
네트워크 같은
metaverse.
경우에는
Especially the
메타버스가 되면 어떤 3D
network,
환경에서
when we enter
데이터
into a
용량이 굉장히
metaverse
커지는데
era, the data
5G나
size
6G
will be
같은 초고속
humongous.
네트워크가
And
뒷받침돼야만이
we need a
이러한
super
메타버스가
speed,
현실에서
super
원활하게
fast
구현될 수가
internet
있습니다.
network
그 외에
in order
재밌는
to
기술 중
operate
하나가 블록체인인데
metaverse properly. And I think
과거에
blockchain is
그
interesting
인터넷에서 이동되는 다양한 정보들은
characteristic
복사를 통해서
in
원본과
metaverse.
그
In
가품을
internet,
구분할 수 없이 모두가 동일한
in
가치를
the
가졌다고 이겼는데
past, you cannot see what has been copied and you cannot verify it. But blockchain will change that. So it will be able to track the data. It will be able to track the transaction of assets, and this will create a new digital economy.
이러한 메타버스가 이제는
So
단순한
metaverse
놀이와 소통의 시장을
is
넘어서
beyond game,
우리의 일하는
beyond
방식을
play,
바꾸고
and it will change the way
제조,
we
의료 등
work,
다양한
and it will
산업 현장을
affect
혁신하며
manufacturing,
이용자가 직접 개발, 창작하며 수익을
and it will allow
창출하는
the
새로운
users
경제
to
시스템을
participate
창조하고 있습니다.
and create new value.
다음으로 이제 시장
So moving on,
동향과
let's talk about the market
기업
trend
동향이
of
있는데요.
metaverse.
이 시장 동향이나 기업 동향 같은
So in terms
경우는
of market outlook
앞으로
and the
많은
company outlook,
여사분들께서 주로 민간
and
섹터에서
many private
근무하시기 때문에
companies will
아무래도
also
저보다
share
좀더 다양한
their
얘기를 해주실 수 있을까
insight.
해서 일단 좀
So
다음
for me,
그 연사자님들의 어떤 발표를 통해서 하는 걸로 제가 하고 뭐 시간 관계상 주로
I will
저희는 정책
focus on the
중심으로
policies.
발표를 하겠습니다. 그 대한민국 정부는
So the Korean
세계 최초로
government, for the first time in the
메타버스가
world,
가져올 경제 사회 변화에 대응하고
views that
미래를
metaverse has
준비하기
great
위한
potential. In order to
범정부
prepare for the
종합대책을
future,
올해 1월에
this
수립을
January
했습니다.
we developed this
디지털
pan-government
신대로
policy.
메타버스를 도약하는 대한민국을 비전으로
We have the vision
2026년까지
of
세계 메타버스 시장 점유율
Korea
5위,
that leaping
메타버스
towards the
전문가
new
양성
frontier
4명,
metaverse. And we
공급 기업 220개
aim
육성,
to nurture
노원 사례
40,000
50점
experts
발굴 목표로
and also
4대
nurture
추진 전략과
220 companies who
24개
offer
추진 과제를
metaverse
마련했습니다.
metaverse services. And we also aim to develop 50 model cases.
이어서 올해 9월에는
And this
새 정부의
September,
국가
the new
디지털 정책인
government
대한민국 디지털 전략을 발표했습니다.
established the new
이
digital
전략은
strategy
인류의
of Korea.
보편적 가치를 위해서
And for this
새로운 차원의
universal
디지털
value
질서가
of
필요하다는
humanity,
뉴욕
we
구상을
need
구체화하는
new
정책으로
level of digital order,
국민과 함께
and that's based on the
세계 모범이
New
되는
York
디지털 강국
initiative.
대한민국을 실현하겠다는 비전 아래
And
세계
under
최고의
this
디지털 역량,
initiative, Korea
확장하는
aims to
디지털
become
경제,
a digital
포용하는
company,
디지털
digital
사회, 함께하는
powerhouse
디지털 플랫폼
that
정부,
will set a model
혁신하는
to
디지털 문화는
the world.
5대 전략을
And we have
수행했습니다.
5 strategies to become the
전략에서는
best digital capacity,
메타버스를 역시
expand the digital
유럽
economy,
메타버스와
and
마찬가지로
create an inclusive
디지털
society, and so on.
신대륙으로 보고
And we see metaverse as a
신대륙을
digital
잘
new
구축하기 위해서
frontier in order to
산업 문화 공공
create
분야로 메타버스를 융합
expand
확산하고
into this new territory.
6대 디지털 혁신
We
기술 중
are
하나로
working on
메타버스
converging
신기술 개발을
various
지원하며
industries and
규제혁신 로드맵 2025년
cultural areas
수립,
and public
윤리
areas.
원칙 정립
And
등의
to
과제를
this, we have
제시하고
set up
있습니다.
various agendas, including setting up ethical principles.
이제부터는
And
이제
let me
차례대로
brief you on
정책에 대해서 하나씩
the
보다
policy
상세하게
agenda
설명을
one by
드리겠습니다.
one in detail.
메타버스가 플랫폼이라면
So if we
결국
think of
플랫폼의
metaverse as a platform,
경쟁력이
and the
이제
platform's
글로벌 경쟁력을 제어할
competitiveness
것이고
will
따라서
become
대한민국의
its strength when it
메타버스 플랫폼이
plays in the
경쟁력을
global stage. And in order for the Metaverse platform to secure competitiveness, I think the government policy needs to focus on that. So it should be led by the private sector, and the government supports the effort. And this is how we want to foster co-growing environment that is sustainable.
새롭고 혁신적인 메타버스 플랫폼 개발을
And
지원하고 있습니다.
we are
먼저
supporting
메타버스
various
도시
metaverses. So for
분야에서는
example,
가상
there's
세계와
a
현실 세계가
city-driven
연동되어
metaverse, and this
사용자 간
links
실시간
the
소통과
actual world
상호작용이
with the
가능한
virtual world and
통합 플랫폼을
allows
개발하고 있으며
interaction,
이러한
real-time
통합
interaction.
플랫폼과
It's an integrated platform.
연동되어 제공되는
And
해양 관광,
also,
한옥마을, 오토
the
등
Hanok
다양한
Village or
지역
the
특화 서비스,
tourism villages,
그리고
which is
2024년 강원
based
동계
on
청소년
the
올림픽과
regional
독도
services,
메타버스
will be
서비스
also
개발을
provided on
지원하고
this
있습니다.
Metaverse city. And also Dokdo Metaverse is also provided on this platform.
생활 경제형
There's another
분야에서는
metaverse which
메타버스
is
생태계
closely
주축인
driven by the
그
daily
크리에이터가
activities. The
메타버스에서
creators
새로운 부가가치를
will
창출할 수 있는
create new
경제
value
플랫폼을
added in
만들어
the
나가는데
platform.
초점을 두고 있습니다.
And that is the focus of
첫째로 이제
this
비주얼
daily
코딩
activity
기반으로
focused metaverse.
고자유도 3D 컨텐츠 창작 도구와
And
스튜디오를
it will,
개발하는
it
이용자
will
상장 플랫폼.
offer the
둘째로
3D
누구나
contents,
상호작용
creating
교육
devices
콘텐츠를
and
쉽게
studios,
제작하고
so
서비스할 수
people
있는
can create their
개방형 교육
contents
플랫폼.
easily. And
셋째로
also we
방송,
provide
미디어, IP 기반으로
open education
사용자들이
platform.
자신만의
And also
콘텐츠를
we offer
재창작해
media platform
수익을
where
창출할 수
users
있는
can create their
미디어
own
메타버스
contents
플랫폼을 지원하고
to
있습니다.
earn profit.
다음으로
The next
산업융합형
metaverse is an industrial
분야에서는
convergence
메타버스가
metaverse. In
다양한
this
기존 산업과
metaverse,
융합되어
the
기존
metaverse
산업을
converges
혁신하고
with other
새로운
areas
부가가치를 창출하는 데
and
초점을 두고
with the
있습니다.
aim of creating
먼저
new
제조
value. For
과제에서는
example, in terms
인공지능
of
기반의
manufacturing
자율공정과 유연 생산을
industry,
위한
it will offer
메타버스 제조
more
플랫폼을
autonomous
구축해
and flexible
산업의
production,
생산성과 효율성을
and it will
올리는 데
improve the
초점을 두고 있습니다.
productivity of industries.
다음으로 의료
And
과제에서는
also in terms of
원격지 외래 환자
medical
치료를 위해
metaverse, it will allow
지역병원과
remote
대학병원과
treatment of
원격
patients,
협진이 가능한
and it will
플랫폼을 구축하고
allow
있으며
the remote
이를 통해 의료 접근성이
telemedicine
낮은 섬이나 오지
for
지역
the people
환자들도
who are living in
질
the
높은 의료
isolated
서비스를 받을
islands
수
or
있으리라고
areas,
생각합니다.
and they can receive
이외에
high quality
실감
medical
체험,
service.
AI 휴먼 제작
And
기능이
also
포함된 메타버스 컨벤션
convention,
플랫폼,
metaverse platform
범죄
will
예방,
allow
생활 법률 교육 및
various
대국민
metaverse
소통을 위한
conventions to be held on
메타버스
it,
시민
and
경찰
public
플랫폼
metaverse
개발도
will
지원하고 있습니다.
also offer ways to prevent crimes and other public activities.
다음으로 메타버스
Moving
생태계를
on.
풍성하게 만들 수 있는 인력을 양성하는
We
정책에
need
대해서
to
말씀드리겠습니다.
nurture people
이건
who
뭐 비단 메타버스뿐만
who
아니라
will be driving the
메타버스
growth
같은
of metaverse, and that is
신산업에서는
also
기존
another
교육이
important policy
새로운 산업의 트렌드 변화를 따라오지
pillar.
못하기 때문에
And
인력의 미스매치가 나타나기
There is a
쉽습니다.
mismatch
이에
in
따라
terms
현재
of the
메타버스
talents
업계에서는
in metaverse because it's a
메타버스
new
개발자,
industry. So
생태계, 창작자
developers,
경제를 주도한
creators
메타버스 전문가를
should
절실히
be
요구하고 있습니다.
raised through
이에
these
파괴 정통부는
programs. In order to
다양한 분야의
this,
청년들에게 메타버스 서비스
Ministry of
개발과
Science and
컨텐츠
ICT
창작을 통한
offers various education for
실무형
them
전문
to
인력을 집중
learn
양성하는데
how to
양성하는
create
메타버스
contents
아카데미를
in
올해부터
metaverse
운영하고
through
있습니다.
Metaverse
이
Academy, and it's
인력 양성 사업의
operating
가장
at the
큰 특징은
moment.
저희
And
부에서 하고 있는 인력 양성들은 주로 ICT 기술에
These
대한
academies
소프트웨어적인
run by the
그런
ministry
기반을
is
하기 때문에
interesting because
주로
it's
다
based on software
개발자를
and
양성하는
is
초점을 두고
focusing
있다면
on
이
developing
사업은 개발자뿐만
developers.
아니라 그
And
플랫폼을
this
이용한
one
창작자들까지도
covers
양성하는데
the
가장 큰
content
초점을
creators.
두고
So
있다고
it
할
is
수
more
있겠습니다.
expanded program.
여기 입교한 학생들은
The students
자기주도
who are
학습이라든지
learning
동료
through this
학습,
academy,
기업
they
연계
have
학습
a
등을 통해
self-promoted
스스로 문제를 해결해 나갈 수
education,
있는
they work
전문가로
with peers,
성장하게 되고
and they will become
성적
an expert in
우수자에게는
this area. And
인증서와
those who
장관상을 수여하고
excel in the program,
추후에
they will receive
창업이나 사업화도
recognition,
지원할
and they
예정입니다.
will receive support in terms of
또한
commercializing their business
미취업한
ideas.
뭐 학생이라든지
also,
청년들뿐만 아니라
It's not just
현장에서
for
근무하는 재직자들에 대한
students. We
교육도
also
중요합니다.
offer
재직자들이
education
메타버스를
for people who
이용하며
are in the traditional
자기가
industry.
종사하고 있는 산업에서
So
다양한 혁신을
in
가져올 수 있기
their
때문에
industries, they can still bring changes to
구직자뿐만 아니라
their work
재직자에
by
대한
using
교육 교차가
Metaverse.
굉장히
So we are
중요한데
offering some
이를
programs for
위해서
current
가계정통부는
employees in the traditional
기업과
industry.
연계한 재직자 교육도 실시하고
And we
있습니다.
are offering various
메타버스
programs
최신
with
제작 기술
the
교육,
companies.
타 산업 분야
We're
기업별 방문
teaching them how
프로젝트
to
실습,
use
해외
Metaverse,
산업 현장 체험
and we
등으로
also
올해
offering
필드에
some
명예
projects
전문
that
인력을
is tailored
양성하겠습니다.
to the company's need.
또한
Also,
최고급 인력 또
we are
양성하기
also
위해서
working on
저희가 이제 메타버스
nurturing
융합대학원을
the best
신설하였습니다.
talents. And in order to do
메타버스
this, we have
분야에
established
글로벌
Metaverse
수준의 최고급의
convergence
연구자 인재
graduate
양성을 위해서
programs. And
메타버스
this is to
융합대학원을 올해
raise the
두
top
개의
tier
카이스트와
global level
서강대를 지정을 하였고
top
이 융합대학에서는
experts. The
메타버스
programs are run
요소기술,
in
엑셀 같은
KAIST and
요소기술과
Seogang
인문사회
University,
분야 지식을
and they
융합한
focus on
교육과정을
element
개설해서
technologies, and they have a
삭박스크
convergence
인재를
curriculum.
양성할
And
계획입니다.
this is to raise
올해는 두 개만 지정했지만
experts with
26년까지
masters
메타버스
and
수요
doctorate
산업계
degree.
수요에 맞게 10개 대학원까지 선정해서
And we are
지원해 나갈
planning to
계획입니다.
expand this program to 10 graduate schools as well.
다음으로 메타버스 경제 생태계에서
Moving on.
가장 중요한 한 축을 담당하고 있는 기업을
The companies
성장시킬
are
수
playing a
있는
very important role
다양한
in
정책들에
Metaverse
대해서
ecosystem
말씀드리겠습니다.
because they create
먼저
value.
가계정통부는 민간
So
기업의
the
성장을 지원하는
ministry
인프라를
supports
확충하고
the
있습니다.
private industry
스타트업이라든지
by
벤처기업 같은
creating
경우에는
infrastructure.
자본이 부족하고 시설
So
같은 것도 충분히 투자하지 못했기
Some
때문에
areas do not
그런
have
인프라나
enough
시설이 없어서
infrastructure because
좋은
they
아이디어가
lack
있어도 이를
finances.
창업이나
Even if they
사업화
have great
용납하지
ideas, they have
못하는 경우가
problem
많습니다.
commercializing
이를
their
좀
business
방지하기
ideas.
위해서
In order to
저희는
prevent
5대
this, we
초강력권의
have identified
통합 지원
5
거점으로
super regional
메타버스 허브를
Metaverse hub.
구축하고 기존의 기업 지원
And
인프라인
we
상암동 코리아 VR AR
For example,
컴플렉스와
Sangam Pango
전국
area.
13개가
And
있는 VR AR 지적 거점
also
센터,
there are other
경북 구의 엑셀
13
플랜 센터,
hubs that
전북
we have
엑셀 투자
identified
센터 등을 통해서
in Chongbuk area
기업들을
and so
체계적으로
on.
지원하고
We
있습니다.
are supporting the company systematic manner.
이러한 기업 지원 시설 중에서 저희
So
부처가
among some
현재
of the
가장
supports that we
좀
provide
신경을
for the
쓰는
companies, this is
그
one of the important
시설이
supports
바로
that we
지금
provide.
보여드리는
And this is
메타버스
the one
허브입니다.
example. It's a
이
Metaverse
메타버스
hub.
허브는
Metaverse hub
메타버스 신서비스 실증 환경을 제공하고
offers
지역의
an
특화 사업을
opportunity
발굴하고
for the companies to
전문 인력 양성
demonstrate their
거점으로
programs.
메타버스 허브를 저희가 지금 구축을 하고 있는데
And we are currently
일단
working on
판교에
developing
기존에
this
있던
Metaverse hub.
ICT
So in Pangyo, there is an
문화융합센터를
ICT
메타버스
cultural
허브로
convergence
개편하면서 일단
center,
판교에
and we
구축을
have
했고
transitioned that into a
수도권과
Metaverse
지역 간
hub.
균형 발전이
And
저희 나라에서는 중요한 화두이기 때문에
And also, it is important
메타버스의
to
전국적인
promote
생태계를 보다
balanced
활성화하기 위해서
growth. So we
충청권,
are also
호남권,
we have identified super
동북권,
regional
동남권
areas
등
like
전국
Chungcheong,
4대
Honam,
초강력권으로
Dongbuk, or Dongnam
단계적으로
areas,
확산하여
and will
지역에
also
소외되지
benefit
않고
from Metaverse
메타버스
hub.
산업이 고루
So we
발달할
will
수 있도록
phase in
지원할
these
예정입니다.
programs in
올해
these
같은 경우에
other
일단
rural areas as well.
저희 경북,
So Gyeongbuk area,
대구,
Daegu area,
강원에
Gangwon
메타버스
area
허브가 하나
have
선정되었고요. 내년부터
will
계속해서
have
늘어나서 총 5개의
a new
메타버스
Metaverse
허브를
hub.
구축할
So
계획입니다.
we are planning to have 5 in total.
다음으로 이제 기업이 충분히
Moving
성장하려면
on, so in order for the
시설도
companies to
중요하지만 그에
grow, the
못지않게
infrastructure is important, but there's
작은
another thing that is
돈도
important. They
많이
need funding.
충분히 들어가야 되고요. 기술에 대한
And they
부분도
also
중요합니다.
need to secure technological
자본과 기술이 기업을
competitiveness.
스케일업 할 수 있는 중요한
These
2대
fund and technology
하는데요.
can
이를
scale
위해서
their companies.
가계정통부는 먼저
And to this
메타버스
end, the
펀드를
ministry
조성해서
will
투자를
establish
활성화하고
Metaverse Fund to promote
투자를
investment in
활성화할 수 있게
these
지원하고
companies.
있습니다. 메타버스 관련
So
중소벤처기업들
Metaverse
M&A를 통해서
SMEs
신사업이
will be
활발히 이루어질
encouraged
수
to do
있도록
merge and
1,000억 원 규모의 펀드를
acquisition.
조성해
And we have
내년부터
for this end, we
운영을
have
하고
created
있습니다.
this 100
아울러
billion won fund
현재 그 화면에
to
보이는
help
것처럼
this out. And
메타버스
as you
5대
can see
핵심
on the
기술 분야를
slide,
선정해서
we have identified
방역
5
물자원과
key
디지털
technologies
휴먼,
of Metaverse.
초실감 미디어
So for
등
example,
이런 5개 분야를
original
형성해서 집중적으로
space,
이
digital
분야를 지원해
human,
나가서
hyper immersive
기업들의 기술
media,
경쟁력을
etc.
갖춰나갈
These
수 있게
areas will
저희가 지원해 나갈
receive the
계획입니다.
funding.
이 외에도
And
기업들이
also,
성장을 좀 더 밀착 지원하기 위해서
in order to help the
다양한
companies
육성
grow,
프로그램도
And we
운영하고
are
있습니다.
operating various
유망
programs to
기업들을
support
발굴해
this
유니콘
in a more
기업으로 성장할
close
수
manner.
있도록
We want to
단계별로
identify
기술 개발,
the
실증
companies
사업화를
with
집중
potential
지원해서
to become
성과를
unicorn
창출할
companies
것이고요.
in the future.
아울러 초기
We will
진입
be
기업,
selecting
중기
a
도약
preliminary
기업,
project,
성숙기 선도
and
전문 기업 등
also we will
지원 대상
provide
기업의 성장
different
단계별로
support
마케팅
depending on
지원,
the stage
공동
for
협력
initial
사업 발굴
stage
등
companies or
맞춤형 지원을
mid-term
통해서
stage companies
국내
and
기업의
leading companies,
글로벌
and
역량
we will
강화에도
offer
힘을 보탤
tailored
계획입니다.
support so they can grow.
이렇게 메타버스 플랫폼이 갖춰지고
So,
다양한 인력이 산업계에
if
공급되고
you have
그러한
Metaverse
인력을
platform,
바탕으로
if you
기업이
have
커나간다
enough
하더라도
talents in this area,
메타버스를
we
국민들이 잘
still
모르고
need
국민들이
to
메타버스
work on
서비스 이용할 수 있는 어떤
expanding the awareness among the
기반이
public
어떤
about
그
the
자기
Metaverse
그런
service.
역량이 안 돼 있다면
If they are
메타버스
not
산업에
ready to use
성숙하는 데는
Metaverse
대단히 오랜 시간이 걸릴
service, then it will
것입니다.
take a long time
그래서
for
저희
Metaverse
부처는
to
이러한 기업을
take
키워주는 것
roots in
외에도
Korea. So
일반 기업들의
on top of
메타버스
supporting the companies
일반
in the
국민들의
Metaverse
대중화,
ecosystem,
일반
we
국민들에
will
대한
also
메타버스
work
대중화, 의식
on
확산을 통해서
expanding the awareness
메타버스
among the
산업을
public
성숙시키는 다양한
about the
노력을 하고
Metaverse
있습니다.
service so we can
이를
mature
위해서
this
그림에서 보던
Metaverse
바와
industry.
같이 메타버스
As you can
노마드
see on the
업무
slide, we
환경을
will create a
오늘 열리고
nomad
있는
working
이러한
environment
행사를
in Metaverse
개최해서
and
다양한
also
국민들이
hold
메타버스 서비스를
events
체험할 수
like
있게 한다든지
today to spread the
어워드
awareness
같은
about
방금 상을
Metaverse.
줘서
And we've
국민들이
seen
어떤 동기를
Metaverse
부여한다는
Award.
노력을
It
하고
can
있는데
become a
이런 것들에
great
대해서는
tool
다음
to encourage people to
페이지부터
participate in
자세하게
this
설명을
effort.
드리겠습니다.
And I will talk about this in detail in following slides.
메타버스는 일상 업무에서도
So
효율적인
Metaverse
협업과
can be
소통 수단으로
used
활용될
in
수
our
있습니다.
work to make it
이 점에
effective
참여하여
when you're
관계자
working
정부는 국내
remotely.
중소기업 직장인을 대상으로
And for
메타버스
SME
근무 거주 환경을
workers,
제공하는
we are
메타버스
working on
노마드 시범 사업을
offering
추진하고 있습니다.
these
여기에서 메타버스
workstations for
노마드란
SME
근무
workers.
장소에 구애받지 않고
So they will not be
메타버스
bound
기술을
by
활용해
where they are.
멀리 떨어져 있는
Using the
동료와
Metaverse
연결되어
technology,
소통하고
they can be connected
적절한
to their
방식으로
colleagues
일을
and
처리해 나가는
communicate with them, and they
사람을
can
일컫는
work.
말입니다.
And they
이
can be
사업을
called as
추진함으로써
Metaverse nomad. And
효율적
through
생산자
this
업무 문화
project, we
확산뿐
want to spread
중소기업
the
지원의
work,
복지 증진과
efficient
지역 균형
work
발전 차원에서도
trends. And
긍정적인
it will
역할을 줄 것이라
also help
이것입니다.
the balanced
올해 일단
development
세
of the
개의 지역을
regions.
선정을 하였고
Currently, we have
내년에는
identified
예산을
3
늘려서
areas, and we
10개
will
지역을
expand our
선정해서
budget and we
지원해
will
나갈
identify
계획입니다.
10 areas.
메타버스 제작재변 확대와 우수한
And
인재발굴 육성을
also,
위해서
in order
메타버스 개발자
to
경진 대회를
expand the
매년 개최하고
production
있습니다.
environment, we
대회는
are
초중고
running the
대학생이라든지 일반
competition
누구나
for Metaverse
참여해서
developers.
메타버스
Anyone can
콘텐츠나
join,
서비스
including
개발
elementary
실력을
school and
그런
students,
대회로
and they can
정품뿐만 아니라
compete with each
올해는
other
메타나
in
카카오
terms of their
같은
capacity of
큰 메타버스
developing
기업도
Metaverse service
참여해서
and content.
총
And many
360개
companies also
61개 팀
participate in this
860명
competition.
참가
This
신청하는
year,
통계를 보여주었습니다.
361 teams have
방금 전에 이
participated in
최종
this
35개 우수팀에게
competition,
상장과
and just
상금을
now
수여되었고
we awarded the
수상팀 중
winners,
수상자에게는
and among them,
후원기업의
whoever
취업에
they
연계되는
want,
프로그램도
we
제공하고
also
있습니다.
offer
올해
opportunities for them
참가하지
to
못했다
land
하더라도
on a job
내년에도 계속해서 이
in a
대회를
related
개최할
field.
예정이고
And we are
관심 있는
planning
분들은
to hold
내년에도
this kind of competition in
그 참가를
following years as
부탁드리겠습니다.
well, so I would like to ask for your active participation.
또한 메타버스 생태계 발전에 기여하는 국내 유망
And
주제를 발굴해
also,
시상하는
we want to
코리아
identify
메타버스 행사를 개최하고
the
있습니다.
companies or
올해는
individuals
메타버스
who
산업
are
생성에 성장에 기여한
expanding the
기업과
Metaverse
독창적이고
ecosystem.
혁신적인
We want to
창작자,
award them and recognize
창의적
them.
아이디어로
These
우수한
could
사업 성과를
include
창출한
unique
콘텐츠
creators,
솔루션
companies
세계
that
부문을
have
나눠
promoted the
총
growth
9점을
of the Metaverse
시상하였습니다.
industry, and
또한
those who have
이러한
created
어떤
amazing
상을 주는 것
content.
외에도
And we
그 일반 학교에도
identified
저희가
9 teams.
메타버스 저변을 확대하기 위한 노력을 하고 있습니다.
And this is one of our efforts to expand the foundation of Metaverse. And also students are very important because they're the future generation who will be using Metaverse. So we are providing various programs that they can experience the careers in Metaverse. And we are offering visiting programs at 40 schools around Korea.
다음으로 메타버스 생태계의 어떤 완성이라고 할 수 있는
And also, in order to
제도적인
complete
측면에 대해서 말씀을
Metaverse
드리겠습니다.
world, we need to create
현재
legal
메타버스에 대한 긍정적인 어떤
framework as
기대와
well. So there are a lot of
평가와 또 별개로
optimistic
메타버스 시대에 새롭게
expectations
발생
for
가능한
Metaverse, but at the same time, there are some concerns. For example, digital sexual crimes and ethical
제기되고
crimes
있습니다.
are also being
이에
raised.
과기정통부는
And in
여가부,
response to
교육부,
these
방통위 등
concerns,
관계 부처와 함께
we
협력해서
will be working with
메타버스
related
참여자가
agencies
안전과 신뢰 구축을
so the
추구해야 할
users of
자율성으로
Metaverse can
메타버스 윤리
enjoy the
원칙을
platform
연내에
in a
수립할
safe
예정입니다.
manner. And we
현재
are planning
추안이
to
나왔는데
set up Metaverse
추안에는
ethical
창의와 혁신의
principle
메타버스
by
생태계를
this
위한
year. So
3대
we only
지향
have the
가치와 이를 실현하기
preliminary
위한 8대
version at
실천
the
원칙을
moment. It
담았으며
contains 8
앞으로
principles
관계
and
부처라든지
3
전문가
values that we
업계
want to
등의
pursue.
의견을 폭넓게
And we
수렴하여
will
연말까지
open the
최종안을
dialogue
마련하여
to the
발표할
related
계획입니다.
agencies, and we will get their feedback and announce the final version within this year.
또한 메타버스 시대에 부합하는
And
법, 제도, 정비
also,
노력도 이어나갈 것입니다.
we will continue to
메타버스 플랫폼의
establish and reform
혁신과
the legal
사회적 수용성을
system
담보하기 위해
in
자유
order
규제,
for
최소
Metaverse to be
규제,
accepted by the
선제적 규제
wider
혁신 등
public.
세
We
가지
need
기본 원칙에
to,
입각해 대응해 나갈 것입니다.
we will be
또한
approaching
메타버스
this
시장
with
확대,
three
다양한
principles,
상업 융합
setting
확산을
up
고려한
regulations,
세계적인 신사업
reforming
육성을 위해
regulation, and
선제적 규제
enacting
혁신
special
로드맵을
act.
연내에 수립할
And
예정입니다.
we are planning to
이와
come up with
함께
this
메타버스 경제 활성화를 위한
regulation
회정부
reform
국정
roadmap
과제이자
2.0
국회를 중심으로
by
논의되고
this
있는
year.
메타버스 특별법
And
제정에
Parliament
대해서도
is
적극적으로
discussing
지원해
various
나갈
bills
계획입니다.
regarding how to promote Metaverse industry. We will continue to support them as well.
이렇듯
And as you
메타버스에 대한
can
법제도
see,
이슈가
these
산업 기능과는
institutional
달리
regulation
가계정통부뿐만
are
아니라
important
다양한
issue.
부처에 걸쳐 있기
And
때문에
this doesn't
저희
just affect our
가계정통부는 이러한
ministry,
다양한
it
제도적
also
이슈들을
affects other
선제적으로
ministries as well.
폭넓게
So
논의할
we
민간
want
협력 체계로서 올해 7월부터
to
메타버스 경제
respond
활성화
to
민간
this in a
TF를
wider
운영하고
manner. That is
있습니다.
why we are running private
민간 TF를
and
통해서
public task
메타버스
force
특별법
team,
제정이라든지
and we established it
선제적
in
규제
July.
혁신,
And
윤리
we are
원칙 등
proactively
다양한
approaching
이슈에
this
대해서
manner,
심도 있는
discussing about
논의를
the
진행하며
social and economic
우리나라가
issues that can be
메타버스 선도국으로
caused by
대응할 환경을
Metaverse.
갖출
And we will
수 있도록
look into the
정부가 힘을
regulatory
모아서
issues,
대응해 나가겠습니다.
and we will work with other government agencies to proactively react to it.
저희 가계정통부는
Our
이러한
ministry
정책 과정들이 또 충실히
is
이행되고
operating
현재 이
various policies that I have
컨퍼런스라든지
briefed you
밖에서
on,
전시하고 계시는
and
다양한
there are many
민간 종사자들의
companies, private
혁신 역량이 결합된다면
sectors. As you can see outside the
26년까지 저희
exhibition hall,
대한민국이 글로벌 5대 메타버스 강국으로
with
도약할 수 있을
them,
것이라고
we
생각을
believe
합니다.
that if we
기술력 바탕에
push
메타버스
through
플랫폼 경제를
these efforts, we'll be able to become
창출하고
the global leader in
벤리들의 사람
Metaverse.
없이
And
누구나
we
혁신을
also want to
꿈꾸면서
make
성장하는
sure
기회
that we will
통로가
give opportunities
확대되며
to everyone,
새로운 세상의
whoever
주인되는
wants
글로벌
to
모범국으로
innovate themselves.
자리매김할
We also
것으로
want to be a
저희가 기대하고
global
있습니다.
model country that can set the standard for the new world.
지금까지 과기정통부를 중심으로
Thank you so
진행되고
much.
있는
I
다양한
briefed you
정책적인
on
과제들에
various
대해서
Metaverse policy
소개해드렸습니다.
agendas
경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
run by the ministry. Thank you so much for your attention.
네, 고맙습니다. 우리
Thank you so much,
디지털 콘텐츠
Director
과장님께서 이렇게
이병진,
또 발표를 해주셨습니다. 디지털
for your
신대륙
presentation.
메타버스로 도약하는
His
대한민국을 주제로
presentation
우리
title,
정부의 또
Korea
정책과
Leaping
그런
Forward with
방향,
Metaverse
계획에
Digital
대해서
New
들어볼 수가
Frontier. We were
있었습니다.
able to
고맙습니다.
listen
다음은
to
또 다른
the
분의
future
기조
way
강연을
forward.
통해 보려고
Now, I'd like
합니다.
to move on
다음은
and invite the
GSMA 줄리안
keynote
고만
speaker.
아시아 태평양
It will be
대표님께서
presented
또
by
기조 강연을
GSMA's
해주실
Julian
예정인데요.
Gorman, the head of
모바일
ASEAN
메타버스의
Pacific
발전을 주제로 강연을
GSMA.
준비해 주셨다고 합니다. 큰 박수로 무대
Please
위로
welcome with
모셔보도록
a big round of
하겠습니다.
applause.
His Excellency, the Minister Jong Ho Lee, Jong Ko, Chairman of the Korea Metaverse Industry Association, President Sung Wook Hur from NEPA, Vice President Jung So Song from RAPA, honourable speakers and guests. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to stand here and join you on this stage today and be part of this Metaverse Festival. It's been around 3 years since I was last in Seoul, and I always come with such a high degree of anticipation and excitement. Excitement because the mobile industry, of which Korea is such a pioneer in the technology, use cases and thought leadership, that has helped put mobile broadband in the hands of more than 4 billion people across the world, changing the way they learn, the way they interact, communicate with the world around them, and contributing around 5% of global GDP. And so it's now that they're leading the exploration of the new metaverse world, which is set to transform our personal lives together that we gather today in such a great venue. While the concept of the metaverse is not new, being part of fiction and Hollywood for more than 20 years, it is an era of 5G, which Korea officially kicked off only 3 years ago, and the promise of the transformative potential of the metaverse, along with some helpful popular media that has enabled the term metaverse to become part of our dinner conversations. And I would like to congratulate the organisers of the event, MSIT and the Korea Metaverse Industry Association and EcoMice, for hosting such a vibrant gathering of industry, government and thought leaders to debate and discuss the metaverse, and I thank you for inviting GSMA to be part of this festival. So just a few words. GSMA, so my name is Julian Gorman. I'm the head of Asia Pacific for GSMA. GSMA is the global trade association for mobile network operators in the industry, uniting over 700 mobile operators around the world and 400 entities from the digital ecosystem to advance the use of mobile technology to connect everything and everybody to a better future. The GSMA board comprises CEOs of the largest and most innovative mobile operators from around the world, and it is with immense pride and admiration that we enjoy Dr. Hyun Mo Koo, CEO of KT, as one of our board members. I had the pleasure of visiting KT's offices yesterday to learn more about the steps they are taking and discuss the vision they see for the mobile industry in a world of digital nations, a home to the metaverse. So, why are we talking about the metaverse in the first place? It's now hard to imagine today any telecoms, tech or IT organisation laying out their future vision today without mentioning the metaverse. You can see from the slide the buzz and momentum in which the fast pace, the concept of the metaverse has become part of our daily discussions. Last year, there was an explosion in noise related to the metaverse as we have seen so many developments from big firms, including, example, Facebook's renaming to Meta, to drive a spike in media conversation and the use of the term, but also to drive many forecasts for the size of the metaverse economy that is to come now and in the future. Some important forecasts and estimates being around the metaverse economy have grown from exceeding 800 million in 2024, with more than 470 million people supposedly engaged in the metaverse worlds today. So, welcome to the metaverse, or perhaps it is worth taking a moment to pause and reflect on whether we have arrived at a destination or we have welcomed to a journey of discovery, a journey of technology innovation, and a journey to a future destination defined by metaverse characteristics. So what is the metaverse? So there are numerous definitions available, and there's plenty of people in this room and in the exhibition outside who will all give a definition and how they see the future of the metaverse. Meta sees the metaverse as an immersive 3D internet. Roblox defines 8 key features, and Accenture, in its latest detailed report, calls it the metaverse continuum, where it will call as a continuous and gradual evolution to a future. As with that, those technologies, alongside with IoT, big data, and AR, VR, bring us to the era which we will now define as the metaverse. So what does that mean for the mobile industry? GSMA represents the mobile industry, and that's our interest. 4G has been defined by the smartphone and the platform economy. But we are now in an era not defined by technology, but not by a new framework for defining the world we live in, but the world we are creating for an economic future, and the world we wish to provide for an inclusive and prosperous economic growth for all. And key features of that metaverse world include that it's decentralized, that there's a lot of discussion on Web3 principles, and an open and decentralized internet. This is expected to be incorporated in the foundation of the metaverse. In the metaverse, it's also about interconnected and interoperable. The idea of the metaverse often refers to shared virtual worlds that people can access and navigate seamlessly and in real time through different, typically XR devices. Hence, the interconnected nature of these digital environments could be paramount. And finally, safety and security. The security and surface of attack will increase in the metaverse. world as new forms of safety and security challenges will appear alongside the existing, and therefore it is imperative to address any unforeseen safety and security concerns as we move through the development stages. So the metaverse is not a new concept. Neil Stephenson coined the term in 1992 novel, Snow Crash, which many people know. But why has the concept picked up now? What does popular culture rise mean for economy and digital society? Well, ladies and gentlemen, to understand the rise of the metaverse concept and the future for telcos, we need to take a step back and consider the digital transformation path we have travelled and the future in the world of digital nations we are moving towards. For 7 years, the GSMA has published a report, our Digital Societies report, tracking the development of nations' infrastructure, smartphone adoption, mobile broadband, and over 30 KPIs in a Digital Societies Index. Globally, it is widely recognised that during COVID, the world's digital transformation was accelerated and stronger digital economies, such as Korea's, were more resilient to economic downturn than weaker ones. The pandemic also exposed the gaps in digital economy in many countries, particularly inequalities in access and the use of digital technology. This year, our report introduced a new phenomenon we identified of the transition to digital nations, where pioneer nations are transitioning from the digital transformation of the way we physically interact to a strategy where the focus is centering on the strategy and planning and being digital at the core, of making digital the core of a nation. Put another way, to date, we are on a digital transformation journey where our efforts and focus have been to digitize our physical world. In a world where nations are defined in physical terms, as they are now, lines in the sand define geographic areas which are considered representative of cultures and societies which reside in those boundaries. Those boundaries define ownership of natural resources, the domain and authority of central institutions that provide trust and security, and a society and a governance that provides identity and order. But we have now transitioned to a point where we can see our journey is taking us to a future of nations where there's no lines in the sand, where digital cultures will rise and people will identify more strongly with that culture than the physical culture where they reside. By example, gamers, or where trust, identity and safety are not necessarily provided from traditional institutions or community. We are now entering an era where competition for digital resources will equal the physical competition for natural resources, and where inclusiveness and digital equality must be paramount importance to the building of sustainable and inclusive digital nations. The metaverse is a foundational concept to democratize participation in a digital nation. And with mobile technology being the tool which has allowed billions to be more resilient during the pandemic, providing health, education, business and lifestyle resilience, it is poised to be a critical ingredient in enabling the metaverse and enabling our future digital nations. So various forecasts have already been made about the metaverse economy and the opportunity for telcos. To cite just a few, Bloomberg estimating the metaverse economy to be worth up to $800 million within 2 years, or PwC forecasting 1.4 trillion by 2030, albeit those forecasts predate the current global economic downturn. Global tech giants have already made announcement about new initiatives and investments in metaverse technology, with the most famous, at least in Indonesia, where I live, being that Facebook renaming to Meta, who I trust many of you noticed the announcement of the future launch of the Meta Quest 3 last night, or earlier this week. So for mobile operators, while the role and scale of mobile connectivity is still for debate, alongside the role and scale of the metaverse, anecdotally, they seem to be intrinsically linked. So what are the opportunities for the telcos? Well, in 3 years since the launch of 5G in South Korea, 5G continues to gradually roll out across the world's nations with massive CapEx investment in network infrastructure and services. Most recently, last week, I was in India for the launch of 5G, marking another major addition to the 5G landscape. But mobile operators have much more than just connectivity to offer, including identity and even participation in the metaverse. So, moreover, for success and for the success of our digital nations, telcos must act as more than just participants and enablers. So let me provide you with some examples from around the world where telcos are pioneering collaboration in the metaverse. By example, Verizon and Meta have established a partnership unlocking the full potential of the metaverse. The collaboration will explore how Verizon's mobile edge compute infrastructure can deliver intensive XR cloud rendering and low latency streaming, which are core capabilities for the metaverse applications. Telefonica and Meta, the two companies, plan to establish a metaverse innovation hub. Through this metaverse innovation hub, Telefonica and Meta plan to provide local startups and developers with access to groundbreaking 5G technology through laboratory. They'll be able to utilize a metaverse end-to-end testbed on Meta and Telefonica's network infrastructure and equipment. And DT and Ericsson, creating an end-to-end network slicing test on a standalone network. The network slicing capabilities will allow rendering of use cases like gaming that are touted to be one of the greatest first use cases of metaverse applications in the early days. In the AR/VR universe, T-Mobile earlier this year kicked off the T-Mobile Accelerator program, working with startups, developers and entrepreneurs, building immersive experience for AR smart glasses using T-Mobile 5G and the XR developer platform. In addition, Cellcom, as example, also in partnership with Non-Voice, launching augmented reality AR content to all subscribers, enabling customers to immerse themselves in the latest digital experiences and lifestyles. The partnership provides Cellcom customers with numerous applications, delivering digital experiences covering games, education, NFTs, and sports, all through one portal. With Telstra as well, Australia's leading telecommunication provider, Google and Accenture have joined forces to develop a new and powerful augmented reality wayfinding experience in Melbourne. AT&T and Quintar, sports entertainment augmented reality. Verizon, also with a 5G ultra wideband network built to power transformative possibilities for business. And Telecom Italia, for the main technical sponsor of the Jova Beach Party, takes Italian chart-topping singer Giovanotti to the metaverse for the first time. And these are just examples of examples of mobile operators partnering around the world to drive early metaverse experiences. Oops, sorry. But gaming is drawing significant momentum, and I think we'll see outside and this presentation from the other speakers, the gaming is driving much of the early metaverse experiences. Around the world, Verizon and 30 Ninjas have launched an AR adventure thriller across the AR ultra-wideband network. AT&T is delivering click-to-pay access to popular games directly to the smartphone. And Chunghwa Telecom has joined hands with international chipmaker Qualcomm to bring and brand Asus and cloud game developer GameStream to create 4K games powered by 5G millimeter wave in the vertical application space. But importantly, mobile operators are also actively participating in the metaverse. SKT's Metaverse Surface Implant, on display outside, has reached more than 1 million monthly active users earlier in the year and is on track to keep growing. What started as a project between Japanese telco KDDI and Tokyo District Shibuya to create a digital twin and prove the power of 5G has now blossomed into a full-scale metaverse experiment. And Telefonica today, early this year, presented the metaverse of the Rafael Nadal Academy by Movistar, a 3D virtual space where users can get to know one of the world's leading sports centers without having to physically move. U+ Kids Zoo will also provide virtual reality experiences for 30 types of wild animals. Asia Pacific Telecom has teamed up with Metaverse to platform XR Space, along with 20 players in the Metaverse supply chain. And there's numerous other examples I can refer to. And of course, you know, SKT and KT making major steps to lead the world as well. But what are the emerging use cases? And from combining with a number of the operators around the world, exploring how mobile operators can contribute to the sustainability and access to the metaverse. And the examples of Singtel working with artificial intelligence and Internet of Things with Hyundai's expertise in smart automotive to bring robot and development of metaverse solutions to the manufacturing industry. And importantly, people like KT investing to buy a stake in Sinhan's Bank, which plans to integrate the financial infrastructure into a metaverse platform, allowing users to earn rewards when they transact with third-party brands and partners. But the mobile network operator partner path has risk and uncertainty. Of course, for mobile operators, all businesses come with regulatory and policy issues to manage. Early in the year, our Global Economy report estimated that over 40% of the world's population are still not using the mobile internet, but have mobile broadband coverage. Only 6% of the world's population don't have coverage. We need to do more to close the usage gap, to build a user base that's ready to enter the metaverse. Digital skills and safety and security remain key barriers for closing the usage gap, and there are policies and standards required to be modernized and introduced to provide foundations for mobile operators to move ahead confidently. So, what is the way forward? The journey has begun. We must embrace the technology and the opportunity, but we must also accept the burden of responsibility which the metaverse brings. Collaboration is key. Success will be built on an ecosystem and collaboration between government, industry and ecosystem. And I was very inspired yesterday when I met with the Vice Minister, Yun Kyu Park, and found we shared many common thoughts on the road ahead. And his vision gives me a lot of confidence that Korea will continue to be a pioneer in the development of metaverse and the world of digital nations. At the start of my speech today, I mentioned the importance of building sustainable and inclusive digital nations. And so I'd like to close with a few thoughts, and I ask you to keep these in mind as we take this journey together in the coming years. Let us embrace this technology and its potential, but let us remember that we must build the future of digital nations on principles of green energy and sustainability. Let's not try and retrofit in the future. We have spent the last few years focused on narrowing the usage gap, getting people online, and reducing the gap between the haves and the have-nots. But we saw during the pandemic, women were disproportionately affected, and the diversity gap increased. We must focus on continuing to narrow the usage gap and diversity gap, and use technology to create an equitable and inclusive metaverse and a world of digital nations. I will close with a personal perspective, which I encourage you all to reflect on your own circumstances. My father worked his whole life for Telstra, Australia's largest telco and something like the KT of Korea. I recently asked my father, what did he think of or expect of the future for telecoms when I was a child, some 40 years ago? He responded that in those days, telecom networks were mechanical switches and digital was beyond his imagination. However, he thought that the world could benefit from being able to communicate with each other across vast distances that bring families together, make business more efficient, and share information to improve the lives of our community and our nations. My son is 12 years old, and when I think about the metaverse and future digital nations, I try to imagine what the world will be like in 40 years. I challenge myself to make sure I'm doing everything I can to create a world where I can be proud for my son to raise his children. And I think my father's words still apply. And with the vision of a sustainable and inclusive digital nations as our guiding star, I am sure we can work together to achieve those goals and realize a future of digital nations built on the shoulders of the metaverse. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. 네, 이 발표와 관련해서 혹시
So if you have any questions regarding the presentation, can you raise your hand? We will get some questions from the floor. If you have questions for Mr. Julian Gorman, can you raise your hand and we will give you the microphone. Okay, I think we do not have questions from the floor. We have some questions from online. Okay, this is the first question. The America is regulating regulating China, and how is it going to affect the metaverse and ICT environment?
As notable. I mean, they're driven largely by the size. Korea, I would say, is the quiet achiever in some sense, the pioneer in a lot of innovation, but on a global media basis, China and America often carry the attention. With the launch of India's 5G, I think it changes the landscape for the 5G and the global attention. And I think that actually provides an opportunity for countries, especially like Korea, to take a much greater role as the source and the guide for 5G across multiple nations. And I think the challenge or the tension between America and China will be diluted by the addition of additional powers in 5G and the opportunity for countries like countries like Korea to lead the Metaverse and other technologies which have resulted or been built on 5G and bringing them to the other countries in the world like Africa and LATAM and even Southeast Asia.
Thank you for your answer. 네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 답변해 주셨고요. 자, 이어서 두 번째 질문을 또 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
We have a second question for you. When we say that there has been a transformation from PC to mobile, then what do you think is beyond Metaverse? What's the innovation is beyond Metaverse?
I think the world has changed. So 20 years ago, countries that were mobile first were almost considered, they had a negative start. And I think the world has seen in the last 5 to 10 years that actually mobile-first economies or economies and nations who are happy to adopt mobile, and I've put Korea in that basket as well, and lead in the innovation on mobile-led, actually it's not a negativity, it's actually an advantage. It's a commercial advantage because the future innovation very much is driven over mobile. And so in a metaverse world where a portion of the metaverse economy will be about mobility, about AR and in the streets and in your lives, untethered from a PC, that actually mobile first is an economic asset for growth and a resilience to economic downturns such as the pandemic.
네, 좀 좋은 긍정적인 기회로 생각하면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 답변
Thank you very much for your answer.
저희가 지금 온라인으로
So we have asked 2 questions that we've received online, and thank you for your answer.
다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, GSM의 줄리안 고만 아시아 태평양
Thank you very much. It was the presentation by GSMA's Julian Gorman, the head of Asia Pacific GSMA.
이어질 텐데요.
We'll continue with the next
함께하는
session.
시간 저희 잠시 이제 세션을
We will take
시작하기 전에 한
A
5분
very
정도
short break for about 5 minutes.
숨가쁘게 저희 기조 강연 두 분의 발표를
We paid attention to 2 keynotes presentation. We'll take a very short break for 5 minutes. We will start session 1 in 5 minutes. So currently it's 2 past 3. So let's meet again at 7 past 3.
잠시 후에 뵐게요.
See you soon.
아세안은 한국의 영원한 친구이며 운명 공동체입니다. 아세안의 발전이 한국의 발전이라는 생각으로
게 그대로다.
ICT 산업융합형 실감 콘텐츠는 가상현실, 증강현실, 홀로그램 등 인간이 외부와 소통할 수 있는 디지털 콘텐츠의 확장입니다.
시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Let's move on to session 1. Please take your seats. The break was very short, right? Well, now the break is over, and now let's turn to our first session. Let us begin. So session 1 will discuss the outlook of the creator ecosystem from Metaverse authoring tool companies, and there will be various discussions made today. The first presentation will be delivered by director Shin Kwang-sop from Epic Games Korea on the innovation of content creation and preparing for Metaverse. So let's invite our first speaker with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Shin Kwang-sa from Epic Games. I would like to talk about content creation innovation and preparing for Metaverse. The content creation environment is changing, and I would like to talk about how it is changing, looking into different details and aspects of that change. And I would like to talk about the future creation of content and think about the vision of the future, and also talk about what we need to prepare for that. So there has been the fourth industrial revolution. We talk a lot about the fourth industrial revolution. It is important, and when we talk about Metaverse, the fourth industrial revolution is a key to that. But there's something that we are missing. All of this are connected to Metaverse, and so I would like to touch on the 4IR before I move on. So digital transformation is key in the fourth industrial revolution. Everything is becoming digitalized, and something that were on the internet or on the digital channel are becoming different as well. And so this is a digital transformation. And so the Unreal Engine is leading the change in the world through real-time rendering. And so there are very innovative products up here in the exhibition related to Unreal Engine. And there are something that I would like to talk about across the industry. So it began with a game engine. Many people think that it still is there and it's restricted to game engine, but Unreal Engine is being used across different industries and aspects. It has become a platform used across the industry. Of course, it is used commonly in games, from Battleground to Google Play Store, apps and games, Auden or Lineage to WM. All of these games were developed based on Unreal Engine. And today I would like to talk about the use of Unreal Engine in other industries. So I would like to talk about the innovation that we see through Unreal Engine. So there are various changes in different industries used by Unreal Engine, and as you can see here, this is a short film or video on the actual use case of Unreal Engine. This is about 3 minutes long, and so it has been used a lot in our industry last year, and it is being used currently as well. And when we listen to the voices in the industry, especially when it comes to automaking, the key to using Unreal Engine is to digitalize things that were not digitalized before. And what's more important is to innovate what was already digitalized into something that is even more digitalized. And so there are different processes and steps in the manufacturing of automaking, but all of these are connected through Unreal Engine. So the first step to automaking process is design. Different automobile companies have different approaches, but as you can see, this is about Vector Suite that is an Unreal Engine-based software that designs automotives and cars. And car companies has a platform, and they use this Vector Suite to design different cars. And even considering these platforms, when you design the cars, sometimes the platform creates something that isn't actually quite right with the design. So Unreal Engine allows the most beautiful design, and using that 3D data, it can be connected to the next process of manufacturing. So at the Hyundai Research Institute, as you can see on the screen, there is a side mirror verification that is done on Unreal Engine. left side is a real car, and the right side is the Unreal Engine car. And in designing and verifying the different safety features, it can be done on the digital world. And the key here is that we don't have to waste a lot of the physical stuff that we needed in the past to test these features. Also, digital side mirrors are also used in different cars now, and so they can try out and simulate and test the digital side mirrors as well on Unreal Engine. And these data is collected and connected so that it can be used later on to discuss with engineers and designers when verifying and testing different features of the vehicle, and the designed parts can be assembled, and it can be simulated about how the different parts can be assembled together. So as you can see here, Kia engine there's a huge LED here at the space, and you can see different options and choose the different options on this space, and you can actually see like a real-like machine and a car, even though that car isn't actually there in the venue, and this is all enabled by Unreal Engine. So another key thing here is automotive driving, and what's difficult with automotive driving is that to train a car to drive alone, it has to run alone across the world. It has to be driving in a different environment, and it is very difficult to train all of the different conditions and the environment. But as you can see here in this case, it uses a virtual space based on Unreal Engine where the vehicle can run alone to train. So this is possible all because of Unreal Engine, and it creates data efficiently as well, which enables the training process. Unreal Engine is also used on the car, and there are a lot of EVs that use Unreal Engine, also in new vehicles. And there's a center face share and clusters that use Unreal Engine. And with the release of autonomous driving cars, they have to interact with the user and the driver based on different data and information. And now cars aren't something that we have to drive, but it's a place where we can enjoy different types of entertainment. And so we can spend time there by playing games and different things. And so content is very important here, which is why we are seeing changes in this field. Also in the field of construction, it's similar to the automotive industry. There is a digitalization of the things that weren't digitalized using Unreal Engine. And so, as you can see here, is a use case in designing a new building. One of the biggest challenges is communication when it comes to construction, because you have to use these materials and communicate with others using these designs. But there could be difference of interpretation and thinking when it comes to seeing these designs. But based on Unreal Engine, you can render it in real-time 3D models, and we can accurately understand and interpret the accurate infrastructure and the construction of the building. So digital twin is exactly what is needed here, and you can simulate the actual building in digital twin to think whether people can evacuate in emergency situations or include any other features regarding the construction, and this is all enabled by Unreal Engine as well. Also, when you get new apartment buildings, there are different options that people can choose. And so choosing different options is also important in apartment buildings. And so when you choose a certain option, you can actually see beforehand what your house will look like in this design as well. Another thing in construction is digital twin. So digital twin is key in construction industry, and there is a SMAP platform. It's a 2D map, but you can bring all that data to Unreal Engine and you can digital twin the entire Seoul city. And as you can see, I will explain later on further, but this is a rendering performance which is outstanding. And so you can replicate the entire city in digital twin. And as I mentioned before, the traffic volume of the city or all of these different conditions can be simulated in the digital twin. And now we are moving towards that era where this is possible. Next, I think could be job training and maybe anti-terrorism training or meta training. All of these different types of training can be done on Unreal Engine as well. There are important job training programs that comes with the new Disaster Act in Korea, and there are human errors and mistakes made, and so we can provide SR and VR programs, training programs to reduce human error. And when we look at the use cases using Unreal Engine, these training programs tell people how they can safely work, and they can wear the VR wearable devices, they wear the actual suits and vests, and actually train as if they are there on the site. And so it's much more effective when it comes to training the people who work at these different sites. And when they experience the safety accidents, then they can know that they must be more careful, and so it is a very effective tool. There are also things in the airplane industry where it's very challenging to do different things because it's very costly. So you have to have an actual aircraft and you have to have people there training, so it's very difficult to train different people with the physical world. But by using VR and simulator training program, you will be able to train people under various conditions and circumstances and based on different scenarios, and it can train more engineers. And another thing is in the medical industry. Medical industry is also an industry where human error cannot exist, and so this is a simulator for this equipment where it trains the staff, the medical staff, to understand how they have to use the equipment. And so when they are actually presented with an emergency situation, they can respond well. And because this is a simulation and they don't have to test on an actual human being, they will be able to train under different circumstances and scenarios. And they can also perform operations using the simulator as well. So of course they can train using actual physical instruments and equipment, but it can be sometimes challenging and restricted to time and space. But with using a simulator, they can train how to operate on people to reduce human error. Another thing is, at the construction site, you can implement different simulations, and this is an example. You can simulate different construction places and look at the design, and by introducing SR and AR, you can see how the construction is taking place, and you can also have different solutions. And another thing is important in simulation is moving beyond digital twin, but also implementing control. And so here at the port, you see a different control tower. This is a digital twin based on Unreal Engine. And this is a port created using Unreal Engine, and there are containers and machines, and all of them are connected in real time. And you can see whether or not these are unloaded and offloaded in the right time, and if all the operations are done correctly, and you can monitor the entire thing on the CCTV. And this is important because it has text information, color information, and visual information, and all of these information can be challenging or limited when it comes to understanding and identifying actual accidents when it occurs. But using these types of technologies, you can identify different accidents and also understand how you need to respond to that accident that occurred. Another important factor in simulation is the defense industry. And in the defense industry, KF-21 project is implemented, and there are aircraft simulators programs that are implemented on these approved zones. And using Unreal Engine, you can use GIS data and put in coordination information and simulate different types of aircrafts. And so we provide the support to develop those types of simulators.
So Korea's K-drama and K-movie is drawing attention around the world, and this is a great opportunity for Korea. In order to maintain this momentum, we need to create great contents, and Unreal Engine can provide the resources that you need. There are various tracks, and it will show various virtual production use cases, and I would like to touch upon some of them. So there are many Korean content that were created by Unreal Engine. First one is previs. You can use for previs. So what previs is? So before you actually produce a film, you plan how you're going to produce the film. In the past, you use rendering tools, and you're actually making an actual film, and you look at it together, and it's a lot of work and it's inefficient. But if you use Unreal Engine, you can, the director go inside the VR environment, and as if you are in the actual set, he can kind of like picture how he's going to film, and he can make a plan. So using the previs, when Bong Joon-ho, director Bong Joon-ho made Parasite, he used this. So it's like he's walking around an RPG game, and he was able to plan how he's going to film the movie. And tomorrow there's an exhibition that you can participate in tomorrow. The recent movies, they use this previs to plan in advance how they're going to film, and it's very effective. Why is this needed? First of all, when you film in the movie, if you follow the set scene, let's say the movie is 2 hours a film, you actually use 4 hours of film, and you have to edit the entire film, and then you you eliminate the rest. And later you might want to film more, then you have to shoot more. Say if you film this in advance, then you will know what kind of extra shots you might need, and you'll be able to kind of plan this in advance. You will have a better quality content. So you need these pre-stage in order to make the quality better. And tomorrow you'll be able to hear from the Carter production team how they use this. And also Hansan, the Rising Dragon movie, uses previs. So what they did was before they actually film, before they create the actual studio, they created these scenes and sets in the virtual reality world, and they thought about how they're going to simulate the movements, the blockings, and they planned in advance how they're going to shoot. And also it had a virtual actors, and there were people who were wearing motion suit, and the actors actually wearing the suit move around the set, virtual set, and they during this pre-production stage, they were able to improve the quality of the actual film they shoot later on. And this is the pre-production. So next stage is the examples of this used in the actual production stage. So this is a Sweet Home, and it was aired on Netflix. And during actual shooting stage, they set the green screen at the back. So there's some issue. So the director says they become a blind person because the director cannot envision the computer graphics. So what happens, like he is envisioning how the computer graphics is gonna work out because it's not done yet. Then when actually it put together, he realized, oh, maybe I should have shot from this direction. Should have moved the camera. You will see a monster there, and if you use Unreal Engine, it will show the monster in real time how it will be viewed when the computer graphic has been used. So it shows real time computer graphic rendering result, and the director will be able to see it real time. So you can communicate clearly with the director, oh, this is how the CG is going to work, and the director can promptly respond to this while he's shooting instead of waiting until the end. And also, there are some innovative ways of using this engine. So let's say if you're shooting the scenes like this, there are many ways to do it. First, you go to the location with amazing scene with the rocks and stones, and you shoot. But there's an issue. The entire production team has to fly there, and also the weather has to be good. If the weather is not good, the shooting will be delayed. So the other way is to shoot this in a set and with the green screen at the background, but there's an issue. He's wearing sunglasses and he's riding motorcycle, and these surface is reflective, so it can reflect the green light. It means that the graphic designer later will have to reduce this green light one by one. So with the partners, we made this in-camera VX. So this is what happens. This is LED set instead of using a studio with the green screen. So this has increased in its usage during COVID-19. So LED set is actually very expensive, but because COVID-19, you can't go to the actual location. You still have to film. So this studio has been used a lot, and this is a driving innovation. It's not just for the films, but also for the advertisements or music videos, which requires various scenes in a short period of time. This is very effective. And also, this studio is weatherproof. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It makes it all possible, and it's driven by the technology of Unreal Engine. So we are working with the studio in LA. We are actually filming and shooting, and we are continuously developing the technologies. So in the past, this was impossible. As you can see here, you have the LED and you play the video and shoot. You might think that's it, but that's not it. As you can see on this, the background is not just still. As the camera moves, the background actually responds to the movement of the camera. So the background image is rendered real time. Then you will have the perfect perspective. So all the background at the back is rendered real time. So if you don't have real-time rendering, it won't be possible. So this is how this has been used. And Korea is also actively adopting this. And CJENM 3 to 4 weeks ago created this huge stage, and they have announced a video. So have a look at them, and you will see how this has been used with them. And tomorrow, the VA Corporation or ASEAN will also present their examples tomorrow. So have a look at their use cases to see how innovatively they are using this. And also for broadcast and live events are some of the examples. And I think COVID-19 has brought these changes, and also it is to protect the environment. So So you're not just building a physical set. Instead, you film in a green screen and you converge that with a virtual set. At the back of this hall, there's a virtual production studio. It's one example. And also, because we can't do offline concert during COVID-19, they have AR online broadcasting concerts. We have been seeing a lot of uses like that. So this is how the studio looks like. So it's a green studio. In real time, this is rendered and it's broadcasted. So what does it do? It will reduce the amount of set that needs to be destroyed and thrown out, and it's more immersive. So in order to do this, there are Pixel Talk or Zero Density or Brainstorm. There are various programs that are used to make this possible, and the videos with the programs, and these are integrated with Unreal Engine. And 3D world can be created with Unreal Engine. And there was this event, Kia launched their Carnival 4. They used Unreal Engine to do this launching show. On the stage, there was actually one car. The other car was rendered and broadcasted real time. Moving on, this is the last part. I would like to touch upon animation. Animation is an area where Unreal Engine plays the important part because it's all computer graphics. Everything needs to be rendered. In other words, when you render with computer graphics, you need a lot of computers with servers. It's called render farm. And you need to use those resources to render. So in order to create one scene, it takes sometimes hours and days, and it requires a lot of funds and money. But with Unreal Engine, you can reduce the resources that are required. You can only need probably one personal computer. That is why Unreal Engine adoption is spreading in animation. So think about the electricity bill and money you need to run render farm. You can do this in much effective way with Unreal Engine. And this is if you watch the Korean series called Yumi's Cells, and they use Unreal Engine to create these scenes. This scene was created with Unreal Engine, and SMG's the season 4 cartoon. This was also used Unreal Engine, and Amasaurus it's also used Unreal Engine. So these scenes were rendered real time. And also these dinosaurs, if you want to know how they were rendered, if you go to the Universe booth, you will be able to see how they have created the such hyper-real demonstration of dinosaurs. They have some demonstration videos available. And Studio Gale made this animation for film. It's called Revenges. And this was rendered using Unreal Engine. We are in the midst of change. This is a global trend. And everything we see, these are global animations using Unreal Engine. The key is that it is to save time, save effort, and also save environment. But from artist's point of view, it improves the quality of their work. So because of the render farm cost, say, in order to move an object, if you want to move the camera, let's say you are not happily satisfied that you want to change some scenes, but you give up because of the cost involved. But with Unreal Engine, you can easily do that. So in the end, you have better quality work. And artists love this as well. So Unreal Engine is used here and there, and many of you might not know what Unreal Engine is, so I'll briefly touch upon what it is. So we have been operating for more than 20 years. We have offered Unreal Engine to many companies. So Unreal Engine is basically this. You get all the 3D objects in a virtual world, and we are a tool that allows that. So Unreal Engine was first developed for games, and it allows real-time interaction, and it helps you create a world where you can interact real-time with each other. And it has various tools. So we made we started by making games. All the interactive contents can be done here. Sound, rendering, inputs, they are all possible on here. And also, I mentioned this before, we offer full source. And this is very important in the industry. Let's say whatever simulator you do, whatever expansion that you would like to do, you might have various libraries and you can use them because we offer full source. So you can expand your program freely. It's very flexible. It also allows development of multi-platform, whether it be movie, whether it be console, whether it be personal computer. You can develop various platforms. The mobile games that you know also played on PC version can be played on PC, and it is made possible by Unreal Engine. We have a data smith function. You use Unreal Engine in automotive industry, manufacturing industry, architecture industry. They use their own 3D program, for example, SketchUp. So they use that program in architecture. And there's a VRED program used in automotive industry. So those data can be pulled into Unreal Engine using DataSmith. So this is what it means. Say, if you can't bring the data to the Unreal Engine, if it's reprocessing the data is difficult, then you would have a high hurdle in using Unreal Engine, but we remove that barrier. And think about the high quality rendering, what Unreal can do. This is a matrix scene. This shows you can play on consoles. It's very real, and rendering can be done to this extent. And this sample is open for public viewing. This is the era we are living in. And this is the Unreal Engine 5's characteristics. It has nanite function. In the city, there are so many polygons. It is real-time rendered. So, for example, the Seoul is. I showed an example of Seoul that was fully rendered, and nanite is what makes it possible. And Lumen makes the lighting amazing. It changes the lighting, and so real time it calculates how the lighting should be. So in the past, if the lighting changes, the rendering time or cooking time or the baking time, it took a lot of time. But with Lumen, it will calculate real time, and you can make a beautiful scenery easily. And this is an open world production tool. This is also available on our version 5. And also I mentioned the real life-like animation is important. And in Unreal Engine, you can change the scenes easily. Various functions are available on it. What is important is that not just Unreal Engine, we are offering the content. MetaHuman is one example. Making a virtual human is difficult, but in order to make it easier, we are offering MetaHuman. So there are humans made with MetaHuman, and you can see them from various exhibition booths. So, and you can make a limited number of MetaHuman, and you can use it for free. And in order to make various objects, can use Quixel. It has a library of many objects that are scanned. You can use it for free, and you can bring it. You can drag and drop in your Unreal Engine. It's very useful. And this is the ecosystem we are creating. But you might not have all the assets that you need, and you have to make your own asset. There's a protogrammetry, and I understand that you know that you can take a picture of an object and you can make that into on a 3D object. And in order to make that possible, we are currently developing reality scan app. So on your iPhone, you can take the picture of your object from 360 degrees, and you'll be able to bring that to your Unreal Engine, and we are currently developing it. Then you might ask, why do you do this? So I've talked about movies, animation, I talked about some industries. They can use Unreal Engine for free. Unreal Engine is free. The content is offered for free. Then you might ask why. Then, so think about Metaverse. It's because of Metaverse. So why you say Metaverse at this point of time? This is our Poke. It's made with Unreal Engine. This is the era we are living in. In the past, do you remember Mami Song? It was a sub-character. You thought it was funny, and you enjoy Yu Jae-seok, the Korean broadcaster's sub-character, to be very funny. Poke is a virtual character that does not exist in the real world, and it doesn't matter whether it's a real or not, because as long as they're entertaining, then it's okay. Then what is Metaverse? We cannot define it clearly, but when we think about Metaverse, what kind of Metaverse is approaching us? We will compare with game. How is it different from game? From my perspective, game has clear purpose. You have a clear purpose of leveling up. You are killing someone. But Metaverse purpose is different. You want to interact with your friend as you do in your physical world. You are expanding your interaction with your friend on Metaverse. Instead of going to an actual concert, you're going to this online virtual concert. Instead of going to a shopping mall with your friend, you meet within the virtual world to shop. So it's much more complicated than gaming. It's more social than just playing games. So when you think about internet world, in order to make it into a real metaverse, everyone should be able to make their own real-time content. These metaverse contents need to be real-time, interactive, and we want to make this ecosystem grow. That is why Epic is putting in a lot of efforts in this. We want to create a world where everyone can create real-time 3D objects. So as I wrap up, we are living in a very interesting era. All industries are affected by this. Each industry was isolated. They use different tools, but nowadays they are coming close. They're integrated. They're using universal tool. So what is that going to do? It will give expanded interaction content for wider experience. With Unreal Engine, the creators make videos, movies, animation. But you can make interactive content which is expanded. So for example, we have YouTube, we have smartphone. What made them possible? We're watching mukbang shows, eating shows. So in the broadcasting show, the regular terrestrial broadcasting channels cannot make mukbang channels. But as we have greater wider channels or media channels like YouTube, we are seeing new programs like Mukbang channel. In the past, we couldn't make interactive content because it was just purely difficult. But nowadays, we will be seeing more interactive content because it is made more easy. And lastly, I want to end with this term, digital transformation. It is critical in our journey to Metaverse. So think about fashion industry. The clothes with NFT, is it needed? Would it work? My question was this. Are you making clothes in 3D? As you know, you can use 3D tools to make your clothes without cutting the fabric. You can effectively make clothes just like you make or design cars. So you can make 3D clothes. So think about this. So you make your clothes in a traditional way, and you want to put NFT on top of the clothes that has been made without digital means. Then it may not be necessary. It's not digitally transformed. So if it is made digitally and if it's useful right now, then that would be the way to go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it was Epic Games Director Shin Kwang-seo. And if you have any questions from the floor, can you raise your hand? Okay, we will give you the microphone. Can you give a very simple question?
I'm Kim Tae from Exerial. First of all, thank you very much for the insightful presentation. VP production based on Unreal Engine was something that we did before, and I think that it is very advanced and very amazing. And I think there is something very immersive when it comes to this technology because it's rendering in 3D and in VR content. I think that may not always be the answer for the public. And it can be the content from super art that is something that is more appealing to the public. So you have a vision on simulating and simulation, but what do you think of the innovation and Metaverse? What do you think is key to preparing for Metaverse when it comes to Unreal Engine? And also another question is that I understand that based on actual graphics, avatar rendering is key when it comes to Unreal Engine. And so I understand that it's about dreaming a world of avatars. So what do you think about that when it comes to combining with AI technology? Because I heard a lecture about AI technology, about developing pipelines for AR. And so the lecture was about the importance of AR. So what do you think about the importance of AR? I don't have much time to answer all that, so just to explain a bit briefly, I didn't mention in my presentation, but Unreal Engine is only a technology. It is a technology and a tool that can create a lot of different types of content, and so it's not just for YouTube, it's not just for mukbang or so this is a tool that can be used. I think that we can experiment with this technology and do different types of experiments. And so I gave you an example of YouTube videos, but I think we are heading towards an era where we stream all of the content on the cloud, and so we can enjoy various high-quality AR and VR content on our mobile devices. And so regarding AI importance, I think that's a very good question. I believe that AI is key, especially in concierge. We can have consultations with AI and talk with AI, but what is important is that the person that is at the forefront of that AI engine at the back, that person has to be like real-like. And so that is key, and Unreal Engine will be essential to realizing that person to become much more real-like. And so I think that there is a connection there. Thank you very much for that answer. Due to time constraints, we will have to move on to our next presenter. So thank you very much for your presentation and the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next presentation will be presented by Kim Bom-ju, the Evangelism Director of Unity Korea. Please welcome Director Kim Bom-ju to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm from Unity Korea, Director of Evangelism, Kim Bom-ju. Today I would like to talk about Metaverse and what that is for us in the future. So I would like to talk about that with you today. But before we begin, I would like to introduce myself briefly. I graduated from art school, but actually in the movie industry, the film industry, I've also directed movies, and also I've directed different games. I've been focused on creating content in different industries. So as I created a lot of content, I saw that at the integration point of all of these content, there is game. And so I have moved on to the game company, the Unity Technology Korea, and I have supported developers in creating different types of games. Just to briefly explain to you about Unity, in mobile game, about 50% of the games out there are made by Unity. And for AR content, about 60%, and PC games, for example, Steam platform, it's one of the biggest platform for PC games. We take about 60% of the entire top 5,000 games on that platform. And so you can sort of think of our company as the biggest game engine used in the market. So this is a brief introduction of the company, and I would like to talk about the metaverse and also the actual status quo and the trend that we're seeing in the market. And I would like to talk about the future process and journey. So first, how can we think about Metaverse? So why I want to talk about this to you today is because there are a lot of people who have high expectation about the Metaverse, but some people say, I don't know what it is exactly. And so sometimes people think of it as like a way to increase stock prices. And so I think we need to look at Metaverse as it is, and we need to correct any misunderstandings around Metaverse to use it accurately. So Metaverse, I understand a lot of people talk about Metaverse, but what is the ultimate goal when it comes to using Metaverse in the long term? I think we need to know about Matthew Ball, who has talked a lot in the circle of Metaverse. I think he is a very important person that we need to think about when it comes to the concept of Metaverse. So the world is becoming interconnected, and data is maintained continuously, and communication is enabled through different networks and different users. Unlimited number of users can interact with one another. So this is Metaverse. It is a space where different users can log in and interact with one another. It's sort of a digital space for that kind of interactions. And some people who know what Metaverse is, you will think that it is impossible to create Metaverse as of now. So we are in the process of creating a Metaverse, and we need to think about what we can gain from that journey and process. So realistically, the document-based internet, for it to transform to a 3D-based internet space, we believe that Metaverse will be along that journey. And so instead of texts and numbers and the web pages that we saw, now they are being transformed into images and avatars. And so it is much more specific data compared to the previous abstract data. So the basis of this trend is visualization. So visualization is key here. What do you think is the power of visualization? As you can see here on the left-hand side, there is a white page document. It is a document that shows the number of people transporting and moving across different regions in Korea. So from Daegu to Daejeon and Busan. So this is in text information in numbers. But when we see that, it's not always easy to understand accurately what the information represents. But if you see on the right-hand side, it's uploaded by Kim Seung-bum on social media, you can actually see the different routes that people take to travel across the country. And it's visualized, and you can see how many people are concentrated around the metropolitan area. And we can see that there are different traffic movements across our nation. And so when these text and number data is visualized, it is much more effective for us to understand the information, and it is an effective tool to understand information. So visualization is very commonly used in different industries. With Honda, Unity worked with Honda to create this tool. And so there are virtual space and designs made within Honda, not just the car, but under different weather conditions, different time periods, or some sort of obstacles when it's next to a building or a different vehicle. So these are these elements and factors can be shown in this virtual world, and I believe that this is the power of visualization. So in the internet space, there weren't a lot of space for visualization in the past, but because of this keyword metaverse, now we are much more used to these visualized information, and it's much more intuitive to understand. So this is another example. This is the city of Paris in France. It's a digital twin made by Unity, and in Paris, this digital twin city is used to see if there are errors or issues with construction. For example, if they're building a new construction in the city, or they are using this technology to receive feedback from the residents. And so as you can see, when we rise this bar on the right-hand side, this shows the flood levels, and you can see what regions and what towns are damaged the most, so that authorities can respond to disasters. So this is a service that we provided for about a few years now, and we will continue to provide the service to Paris. I understand that there will be a huge event in the near future, and we will continue to work with Paris with this digital twin. So simulation is very important, and we can gain a lot of things from simulation. If we look at optimizing the design, Unity has an arcade, this mall, and we can look at how many people come in the arcade and understand where is crowded the most and what different issues may arise. So this is real-like, and we have a visual center here to understand how the different avatars move around and interact with one another. So we identify the pattern, and we look at whether or not we have to widen different routes, or if we can maybe do something to reduce the waiting time around different games. So this is something that we can do to test out on this virtual world and reflect it in the actual design. So this is shown in graphics. So let's just take a brief look at this video for a while, and you can see actual people simulated with AI. This video is available on unity.com, and it's available on our website. So if you're interested, you can see more of these types of videos. So through real-time visualization, there are things that we gain, the benefits that we enjoy, and so that is what I discussed. And now I would like to talk about Metaverse, because some people think of it in a more negative light. Actually, there was a survey that looked into that, and Momentive is a research institute that did a survey and found that more than 1/3 of U.S. citizens said that they're more scared of the metaverse than excited. And I believe that the reason behind that is because it's something that is unfamiliar. It's new. You can see this SF-like background here on the screen, and in this movie, it's used as a way to get away and escape from this very hard reality that we live. And so this is slightly, there was a happy interpretation of this at the end of the movie, but anyways, it shows that a lot of people are scared of moving into the virtual reality when we live in the actual reality. And also another negative sentiment about Metaverse is here, as you can see, that the Metaverse that the people talk about is like a video game made And it says, this person says, if you think otherwise, then try to change my mind. And I believe that this argument has some grounds because it looks like some sort of simple, not well-made game. But there are different services and products there in the metaverse, and I think that that is something that we need to think about and discuss. Because metaverse is not something that is complete as of now. It's not a destination that we've already reached. As I mentioned before, we are on our way to the metaverse, and it's a journey and a process. It's in the future, and it's in the distant future. So we cannot accurately predict what it will be like. But as you saw before, through visualization of information, there are different benefits and things that we can do with this technology. And so I believe today we can use this concept of metaverse to use different types of services and enjoy different content, real-time 3D content, and we can use that for business models and test whether or not those business models are sustainable. And so the cases that I've mentioned before, they are completely new. They didn't exist before. And so I think that it's important to make it better and utilize it better. And I believe that there is a new market for these types of services. So this is an example. It's a video. It is sponsored by the Ministry of Science and ICT. It's a contest and I took this video from the website. As you can see on the right-hand side, the user is wearing a VR headset, and it's making different things, and it's a type of a training program. And on the left-hand side, it's a blind date type of app on the virtual world and app. And so by combining these different technologies, you can use this technology to learn about different things. And we know that the so-called MZ generation in Korea use these types of technologies to learn. And for long-distance relationships, they can use these types of apps and technologies, or they can be more used to learning different things using this technology. So you can log in like this, and the two people meet, and they talk about their MBTIs, and they learn about each other. They have conversation. And so in a nutshell, when you say, what is Metaverse? And we don't know what the final destination will be, but the real-time 3D technology is expanding into other aspects. I think that is the current trend in Metaverse. So this Metaverse, we call it desktop world publishing. Until now, we created spaces, and we created logic for that space, and we brought in friends and played with our friends in that space. And it can only be done by large companies or game developers who put in a lot of investment. But now you can use Unity to develop these different types of games like Sandbox Studio and Project MOD. Even elementary school students can just create a space for themselves to play with their friends, even if they don't know how to develop these types of games. So we talked about our dreams when we were young, and we talked about what we envision for our future. And like that, like what we did in the past, now these are spaces for us to communicate and talk about our dreams. And so sometimes maybe people say that it's not a well-made game, but on the left-hand side you see a web page of Mark Zuckerberg. It's his first website that he made. It doesn't look much, today, but it just have a picture and his brief introduction, so it was a very simple website. And then there's a website for You've Got Mail movie. As you can see, there's not a lot of content. It's quite simple when we look at it from today's perspective. But when we think about how we use the internet now, you would know that we have made a lot of advancement since then. So students and young people now use different virtual spaces to communicate and interact, and that is the metaverse. I think that is the beginning of metaverse.
And now let's move on to the second chapter and look about the metaverse phenomena. As I just mentioned, these are the technologies that's driven from the gaming industry, and it's not just staying in the gaming industry, it is spreading to other areas as well. And through that, the new values are being created, and that's the era we are living in. So what made this possible? And I think this is the answer. Many people, or maybe all the people, are playing games, and the gaming playbook is something that we are used to. This year, a few months ago, this was reported. So there were reports about the local gaming users. It was reported by the government agency. It's a white book, and among 74.4% of the subject responded they played game. 10 years ago, it wasn't as high as this, and the gamers were a limited amount. But nowadays, everyone can use their avatar to play the games, and they can buy the items. This is the playbook of gaming. You buy the items. People are so used to these principles, and this is growing. And so in 1990s, there was a game called Second Life. It was a very basic metaverse service, and today's situation is different. In the past, making 3D space was difficult, and for the users to move around or navigate within the space was difficult. But now, 74.4% are playing the games, and they know how to navigate themselves in this platform. So we have a lot of people who are playing games, so we are seeing various platforms. Let's look at one by one. So this is based on Unity program. It's Zepero. It's one of the most representative metaverse platform. You might feel like it's a chatting messenger that you have seen in the past, but we are seeing growing number of users. There are 200 million users last year. This year we have this platform has 300 million users, and it's a beloved metaverse platform. As you can see on Zepeto on your right, it's similar to Roblox Studio or Sandbox Studio. The users can make their own world, and the Zepeto is continuously upgrading it. And virtual human or digital human, those are virtual human beings which help us understand the virtual world visually. And this is Sua, and on the right, the one with the headset on is Hanar. They are also made by OnMind. It's a 3D digital human. These humans are different from digital humans in the past. They can move real time. That's how they were designed from the beginning. There are many digital humans, but it is very difficult for them to move around real time. So because you need highly trained programmers. For Hana and the Hanari and Shua, they can interact with the viewers real time because they are designed like that. And in one of the events, they came and they interacted with the guests. Have you heard about virtual office? Some says, who would like to work in a virtual office? Is it usable? I get questions like that. And also, these days, we're living in an era there's a huge gap between people in terms of their understanding of digital services. Those who use this virtual service, they say it's very useful. So there's a Jikbang. It's a real estate application, and they create this Soma application. It's based on Unity program. And some owners, they remove their office in Gangnam or areas, and they save money by doing that, and they operate on this virtual office instead. So as a Chigbang CEO started using Soma, he was able to recruit talents from not just Seoul, but from all around Korea. And then he said it was the biggest advantage of adopting Soma as their office. And this is also used in other applications as well. Unity with LGU Plus is creating virtual office. And there's one great purpose. So after pandemic, we are entering endemic phase. And we are seeing more adoption of remote working. And sometimes you might feel like you are remotely apart from your colleagues, and you might lose a sense of togetherness. So in order to tackle that, you will have this virtual office. So you will go to virtual office at night and you finish work at 6. And you feel the sense of presence. So you can ask your senior and have small talk on this virtual office. And in this digital space, it will kind of it will prevent people feeling isolated even they're working in a remote office. And also it is also adopted a lot in education space. In the past, teachers used pictures and images or videos, but these days smart pads are widely adopted in students. So for example, when the Nuri rocket was launched, Ms. Che, the teacher, use this platform to allow students to actually experience a rocket launch from up close. They went up to the launch pad. So in the past, you just unilaterally just accept the information that has been delivered, but with this platform, you can lead your own education experience. You can explore on your own. And that will be one difference. And also virtual sports is one example. We are seeing rise of virtual sports. VR is used well. And in the VR space, you get the feedback right away. And sports is taking advantage of VR. And you can use smart pads, and React is one example. So let's say you are cycling, and depending on your speed, within the smart pads, your character speed will different, and you can compete with other users, other riders, or you can encourage other users. And this is used to motivate exercising. In Yapfit, there are a lot of influencers who are using this platform. So on your right, that person is broadcasting his exercise, and he can encourage his team. He said, "Oh, hello, my Yapfit team. Let's ride bicycle for 30 minutes all together." And the team members can get together at 7 p.m. They can ride all together. So you wouldn't feel lonely. You wouldn't feel like you are exercising alone. And you can create a sense of community. And we are seeing rise of these new opportunities thanks to Metaverse. There are a lot of cooperative tools. These VR cooperative tools are used a lot, and Archeo is one example. Say if you're planning the city or for urban planning or designing buildings, you're not just working alone, you're cooperating with other colleagues. And from different perspectives, they can verify if the design is optimal, or they can check if there is any conflicted areas. These services are being introduced a lot these days. And also, this is a very interesting example. This is Oyakushi. She's a game streamer and use Unity-based platform is making VR content using this. So this scene are virtual idols, and they are shooting music video. It's a virtual space, and you don't need to have expensive devices. With the simple domestic VR device, you can make this music video. It shows the type of lenses. It tells you the level of lighting. So even if you are remotely apart, you don't need to be in a physical studio. You can meet together in this virtual space and make this film together. So recently, Uyakut, the influencer, held an event called Komem Singing Competition, and it topped the number of users watch on Twitch platform. So virtual idols are garnering a lot of attention. And also the broadcasting channels, they are also asking if they can cooperate. And also, this is another new trend. So when you use computer, efficiency was more important. How fast are you going to draw? How efficiently are you going to draw? Efficiency was what driven your use of computer. However, this is a Vermilion. It's a virtual atelier. It's more then efficiency. Experience is also important. So with a tablet pad, you're not just drawing pictures fast, but in the atelier that you want, you're listening to the wind breeze, you use the brush, and you're drawing a wonderful oil painting. It was something that you couldn't imagine in the past. So this real-time 3D technology, interactive technology that was once used in gaming industry is now used in this kind of platform as well. And Thomas is a Netherlands developer. He made this program alone, and it was a mega hit around the world. I think it has a lot of takeaways for us. Then let's talk about the future. So, Metaverse is the evolution of internet space. It's more real. It's going to be more realistic. So far, we want it that is more realistic, that is more real. So we look at 2D space, and now we talk to people on 3D manner, and on Google you can communicate with people through hologram. It's more getting closer to the reality, and that's the direction that we are headed. But there's some issues. So the experience through TV, the experience through the theater screen is different, and the experience that you get from the 2D screen and the 3D space, VR space, is different. We cannot offer 3D experience through 2D screen. But there's some prejudice about VR. Some people say it makes you nauseous, makes you dizzy. And these problems or obstacles will be solved one by one. If those are solved, we will see this. The space in games, space in computer for young people only, but it will expand for wider age groups. Say if you're in reality, if you get the feedback real time, even if you're in your old age, they can make use of these games actively. Although he is actually showing the virtual fish he caught to his daughter, even though the daughter cannot see it. It can merge into your reality. Also, you can have a very intuitive working experience. He's modeling an object. There's difficulty. So modeling happens in 3D environment, but the screen is 2D. So you need a lot of tools because you are trying to make this 3D object into 2D environment. But if you can actually make 3D in 3D environment, you will need less tools. You can actually move around the object more efficiently. I showed you some examples about virtual office. And more people are using personal workspace, and I brought 3 pictures, and this is me actually working in this virtual personal working space. I use immersed program. So Why did I do that? I wanted to ignore the messy desk. I wanted to ignore the noise from outside. I wanted to isolate myself. I really wanted to focus. There are moments like that. And in those moments, I will use this virtual workspace and I had much better productivity. So in the future, how would immersive experience play out? VR, XR space will become more popular. Then, until we move to the perfect VR space, there's a lot of challenges that we need to overcome. The devices need to develop further. Till then, the 2D-based programs like Geppetto and Metaverse services, there's still a lot you can do. It's different from the internet in the past. It's much more than chatting. It's much more than video chatting. What can be done? So for example, we can create new space. And what is more important is that there are many objects within the space. They're not isolated. They are in a space and can create a new context. There is a potential. And also, when you're looking at an image on a web page, you're just looking at the image alone. But if you're watching pictures and images in Metaverse, it's not just you, but if there are a community of people who are interested in that image, you are looking at it together. So the 2D Metaverse can also create that sense of community. And it can develop further. And if you are in an actual VR space, they can become a new content like Archeo 2 that I've mentioned. You can utilize this virtual space. You can test how you want to alter the world, whether it be 2D, whether it be it's based on XR. The content and service on this virtual space are based on real-time visualization technology. And the engine that is used the most is Unity engine. And I can say that for sure. Game education, film, concert, many industries are embracing. They're coming together. And in this trend, we are gaining benefits. So the reason why I brought this slide is this. We are not driven by concept. We're not using Metaverse because it's a service that is offered. Whether it be Metaverse, whether it be other services, they need to be fun. They need to give you something in order for you to use it. So far, digital twin games, they were isolated benefits that you got out of Metaverse. But now, as it is based on 3D real-time visual technique, you will get much more benefit out of it. So, if you look at digital twin, which is widely used in industry, it will be adopted in smart factory and other uses. And if it is used for the contents like film, you can think of Oyako influences, concert competition. It could be used for more public consumption. So Unity is supporting these changes. We are continuously developing our technologies and we are focusing on this. Whatever service, whatever contents the users create, we want to make technology that can benefit everyone. We don't want to create or develop technology that is only for one niche area. We want to create a technology that can be used universally. Then, in order to do that, what is needed? We need to make working or turnaround time more fast, and that would that will sustain the creativity of people. And also, secondly, we are focusing on integrating the rendering pipeline. I am sure some of you already use Unity programs. HRP, UIP, there are various separated rendering pipelines, and we had feedback that it was causing inconvenience. So we are working on UIP and HRP being synced together and integrated in this pipeline. So we are working on it. And also, as the metaverse is approaching us, how are we going to do the prototyping more fast? That is critical. So for gaming and for the digital twins, their data is created, and how fast is it going to be applied to the UI? We are developing toolkit that will allow that. And also there are some codeless technologies, and also maybe using packages so users can download these and make them make things more easily. So there are some plug and play maps like SDKs. They are available, or there are Google Mapbox. You can use that in Unity, and you can visualize them right away. And this is made with Unity program, and it's Ultimate SR. It's an interaction toolkit. If you're making VR projects or XR project, interaction is important. How naturally operated is important. So let's say you hold something, you throw it. How is it gonna move naturally? That is gonna improve. That's gonna affect your experience. And with this ultimate toolkit, you can do it. You can use the preset code, and you can use it easily. You don't have to code one by one. And 2 days ago, Meta announced that they will launch this Meta Quest Pro. And Unity is a game engine that is offering the Meta Quest Pro development toolkit for the first time in the world, and you can use this toolkit right away. And also for Digital Human Package 2.0 and Unity Hair Solution, if you search on Google, you can download them right away and you can use them. And Digital Human Package, this is a demonstration of this Unity hair solution. The facial expression is very natural. The hair texture is natural. The eye expression is very natural. And these functions are all in this package. And we are preparing for the launch of this package within this year. And Digital Human, based on Unity, is using 4D capture. It's you can customize it and you can use it for your own purpose. And this is the direction of our development of this package. So I've showed you various use cases, and I showed you how they come together. And Unity, UI UX rendering technology is important, but AI and robotics simulation related functions are also important. 5G and cloud service integration is also important, and in Unity ecosystem they are all well established. So there are various industries, there are various business models. You can take advantage of a Unity engine to create various successful applications for yourself. And I would like to wrap up my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions regarding this presentation? We don't have much time, so we will receive one question from the floor. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. We will receive one question from the floor. Doesn't seem like we have any questions. If not, then we will maybe ask one question that we received online. Thank you very much for that presentation. On this lecture, I would like to ask, you have a program for authoring tools, and what is that program specifically? Could you repeat that question? So I understand that Unity has a program for authoring environments. What is that program specifically? Authoring environments, you say? Well, if you say authoring content, from Unity Korea, we work with various companies and agencies, and among those programs, we have a virtual space, a virtual studio, like with what we did with Honda. So there are different customized projects that we do. So when we look at Unity, I think users who've tried game engines before may think that it is very easy to use, but sometimes new users think of our program as something that is very complex and difficult to use. So we have different toolkits, and we provide programs. For example, the Honda tool is used by the Honda employees for designers, and it's exposed to the users, and all of the complex features that they might not use are all hidden. And so they use specific features of the program. So in other words, it's customized program depending on the needs of the company. So if it is for a creation of a space or an animation or different types of purpose, we have a customized toolkit and customized program which are used for authoring environment, I think. Thank you very much for that answer. And so depending on the use of different purposes and whether it's for creating animation or creating space, Unity Korea explained that they have programs for authoring tools and toolkits. So due to time constraint, we can only answer one question, but I would like to thank you once again for your insightful presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Kim Bom-ju from Unity Technologies Korea, for your presentation. It is 4:33 on the clock, and I think we will take a 7-minute break before we move on to our second session. So session 2 will begin at 4:40, and I'll see you soon back here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside and take a seat. We will start the session 2 shortly, so please come inside and take a seat. Please make sure your phones are set up on vibrate mode. And also we are offering simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is Korean, channel 2 is English. We have receivers on your table, so please use the receivers on your table if you need simultaneous interpretation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to session 2 right away. Session 2 will be presented by 40View's CEO Richard Broadbridge. 40View's CEO Richard Broadbridge will present on the first lecture of the second session. It is to create rich narratives with volumetric videos. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Bonjour from France. I can tell you it is quite refreshing to be back in Korea after a long pause. My name is Richard Broadbridge and I'm the CEO of 40Views. 40Views is a French technology company that specializes in volumetric capture. As I start, I'd like to thank the hosting organizations that were able to bring us here. Of course, the Ministry of Science and ICT, the NIPA, the Busan BIPA, and the K-Meta organization. I can assure you that when being hosted with and working with these groups, it gives one immediately more desire to learn more about Korean culture and to return and do more business in Korea. They are excellent hosts. So I thank them very much for their help in setting up this event and allowing me to participate. There are 3 themes in my presentation today. One is the capturing of human performance with volumetric video. The next is building narratives with that volumetric video using new editing tools. And these tools are tools that we have built since the last time we were here in 2019. So these are new, and I'm hoping to present them today to you and have them show you how to build strong narratives in volumetric video within the Metaverse. Lastly, I'm going to talk about delivering streamable volumetric content to all devices. To give you a little background about us at 40Views, we are located in Grenoble, France. That means we're tucked away in the French Alps. .40Views was founded at the INRIA, which is the French National Institute for Digital Sciences, and we introduced volumetric video to the market in 2007, which was very early. We received a lot of encouraging comments, most of them saying, "We like what you're doing, please do more, but we don't know what to do with it yet." Now, 15 years later, we are in the first phase of the creation of the Metaverse, and I think it has become much clearer how to use this content, how to use it in XR experiences, how to use it on phones, on headsets, on the web, and now how to use this content to bring human performances into the Metaverse and other interactive online environments. So we focus on creating volumetric video of premium content. This is a volumetric video sequence that we shot in our studio earlier this year. This is a real actor in a real costume, and he's holding a real fire. So everything you're seeing there was captured by our capture system with video cameras and converted into this sequence. Of course, you can see that the character changes costumes and changes props during the sequence. This is the use of multiple sequence and transitioning and morphing between them with our new editing tool to allow us to create more complex stories using volumetric video. So we'll get to that in a couple of moments. So at 40 Views, we look at the world as a three-step process: capturing, building, and delivering. So I'd like to go through each of these with you and show you some basic guiding principles and information about what we do and how we do it and how you can do it. So we'll start with the capture, the first step of this process. The main product of 40 Views is a multi-camera capture system. We use video cameras. You can see several on the screen. They're the small black objects. And this system as a whole is called the HoloSys. The HoloSys is combined in the things you can see with your eyes into three different areas. One part of the system is used for acquisition. This is a multi-camera rig in which we're filming actors inside of a green studio. Another area is, of course, the control area, where the operator sits and makes the decisions to determine how well these sequences will come out. And finally, of course, behind the curtain, there's a rack of servers doing processing and storage. So as a photo, they look like this. This is some snapshots from our Atlanta studio, the first studio in Atlanta. This is the GSU University studio. You see the camera rig in the middle filming a cosplay actor. Around the actor are placed a number of metallic structures holding the cameras and a bunch of other equipment. The operator is sitting outside of the green space and is doing the controlling. Right now he's looking at the view of the actor from 4 different cameras at the same time to check on the performance. And of course, we're doing the processing and serving locally in very quiet servers. Although the rage today is to do everything in the cloud, we find that local processing is much more cost efficient and keeps the data close at hand, making it easily available for further work on projects. So for those of you who don't work every day with volumetric video the way I do, this is an example of volumetric video here. The question is, what is volumetric video? If you watch a YouTube video or a television show, what you see are a series of two-dimensional or flat images in front of you. You see a long series of images, and they go so fast, it looks like, and it is, a video. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you're seeing a two-dimensional regular video from one of our cameras. Now, we are not filming with one camera. We are filming with, in this case, 32 cameras. You can see 4 more cameras behind the actor. They're the black shapes on the metallic structure. And these cameras are placed entirely around the actor, filming from all sides, at different heights. Some are higher up than the ones you see. Some are on the floor, as you see there. The objective is to capture the performance from all these points of view at the same time. So we have a bunch of 2D videos, all flat. And then, thanks to the magic of algorithms and engineering, the processing takes that information and builds out of it a shape that describes the performer. So you can see in the right-hand side 2 different versions or 2 different visions of the same result. The right-hand side is a volumetric video of the same actor. In the rear, you see the shape with no texture or no color pixels put on it, just so you can see the shape. Every frame, we produce a shape. And in addition, we produce a texture map of pixels that are color that goes on top. So the man on the right-hand side that looks normal, he is the shape plus the picture stuck back on the shape. So a volumetric video is a bunch of frames in which each frame there is a shape and some color to put on the shape. And this is what makes up essentially a 3-dimensional video. You'll also notice from the picture that the man is standing in a green studio from the left-hand side. And so what this system reproduces is only the man. There's no floor, there are no walls, there's no ceiling. It's just the person in the middle, a person floating in nothing. This is how we're able to capture people and take just them and bring them into interactive experiences. So today, there are 15 different studios, HoloSys studios, in the world. We have some in Europe, we have some in North America, and we have some here in Asia. When you're shooting volumetric video, it's important to work in 3 different, fairly classic production phases: pre-production, production, and post-production. But there are some differences. Volumetric video is a very new medium compared to two-dimensional video that we find, for example, in VFX work or in television work. So we encourage people who are discovering volumetric video to work with the free samples we have on our Creators platform on the website to try it out and start learning the medium. Working with a video that is not just pictures is, of course, very different. It's important to define the story, define the shot list, and if possible, some storyboards, and to work with the team from the studio, this team that will do the shooting and will help you realize your volumetric content. In the production phase, working with the studio team is essential, as they will be able to slightly adjust scenes while you're filming to improve and perfect the output quality. In volumetric video, we say, what you see is what you get. And this is an important lesson for any of you who have VFX or film production experience. It's our experience that in VFX, you film, and if it's not perfect, well, you fix it afterwards. You fix it in post-production. There are many tools allowing you to adjust and fix things in post-production. However, although there are now some tools, you need to focus on shooting your volumetric video in a way that what you shoot is really what you want. You don't want to have to do correction afterwards, because the old tools don't work and the new tools don't quite do the same thing. So this is where working with the studio team in advance in pre-production and in production to make sure you are shooting just what you want is an essential step towards the success of your volumetric project. To help you with this, as you shoot, you can watch three-dimensional previews to see the results you are generating. Finally, after you have shot, you come to the famous post-production phase. Here you can do some editing, although I'm not sure editing is the right word. We say editing, we mean more, you can add some effects to volumetric video, and I will show you some of those today. Once you are satisfied with your sequences, whether you have added effects or not, you need to integrate them into some kind of usually a 3D software. It could be Unreal, it could be Unity. You may be going to a different kind of device, maybe a web presentation. These factors and these choices will actually impact your production all the way backwards to pre-production and will help you determine how to get to the right place at the end of your project. And eventually you will be publishing your piece of content in augmented reality, in virtual reality, on the web, maybe finally as a two-dimensional film. All of these are possible as long as you target the process correctly to arrive at the right destination. So we capture with the HoloSys.
네, 홀로시스로 저희가 캡처를 했고요. 이제 시퀀스를 만들었죠. 이제 빌드 단계로 넘어갔습니다.
Special effects to the sequences you have made. And here are some examples. For quite a while, storytellers had difficulty because there were simply zero editing tools. You played a sequence, and when it was done, you had to cut to a new sequence. And of course, that's very jarring for the user. We cannot tell a smooth story if we have to cut from one sequence to the next with no smooth transitions, no ability to tell and modify how a story is being told. So we built a new tool called 40FX, which we brought out about a year and a half ago, and this tool is designed to help a storyteller solve many of these problems. So this is where we focus on the build part of the process. 40FX provides you with non-linear editing tools. You can do effects on the meshes, which is the shape in your volumetric video. You can change textures in certain ways. You can build transitions from one sequence to another, allowing you to have smooth visual transitions that guide the user to the next phase of the story being told. You can do time effects. You can do tracking to help you with sound placement, changing props, and so forth. So there are a variety of tools available in 40FX to help a richer story be built and built in a smooth manner so it can be delivered to the end user. 40FX also works with its little brother 4Decoder. 4Decoder allows you to take your finished sequences and to then bring them down to the final format, which may be focused on delivering to a mobile device with or without streaming. You may focus on a headset device, a lightweight headset, or a heavier headset with a stronger set of resources. You can compress things down to small sizes for streaming from the internet. 4Decoder is what takes your final work and brings it down to your end device. So this is an example of some transitions. This is one of the first tools we built. We're using a morphing filter here. You're seeing several different sequences. And in the past, you would have had to cut, just rough cut. One sequence stops, the new one starts. Now, with 40FX, you can bring in sequences, and you can ask 40FX to interpolate and generate by itself the frames in between the end of the first sequence and the start of the next sequence. So here we have several short sequences in which the actor is wearing different clothes, and we have asked 40FX, the software, to generate little visual transitions to allow us to move, in this case quite quickly, from one sequence to the next. You can notice perhaps, if you look at the actor's feet, that the feet are moving slightly around. This is how the software has also moved the feet to match the end of the previous sequence to the start of the next sequence. Volumetric data can be rather heavy. For every frame, we have a shape, and we have a lot of pixels. But it's important to be able to stream that data, and to stream, we need to simplify. In this video, which is not repeating itself as it's supposed to be, what we saw on the left-hand side was a high-density mesh with lots of small triangles. And on the right, we saw the same sequence after a simplification, making the data lighter and easier to stream. Let's see if we can watch that again. So the left-hand side is the original data, and the right-hand side is after simplification. And in this case, we have decided to keep detail level high on the face of the actor. Typically, we have requests to keep details high on faces, sometimes on hands, sometimes on logos or brand names. In this case, the request was to keep the detail high on the face. You can see the face has a high density of triangles and also of texture. And everywhere else, we have simplified because we have found through testing that this simplification still works visually in the story, and we need a lighter weight to be able to do better streaming. So here it is a final time. With 40FX, you can also bake in time effects. Here we're using a simple slow motion. And one of the importance of this and other effects is 40FX allows you to basically bake your effects into the sequence, meaning that your downstream engine for example, Unity or Unreal, doesn't have to do any extra calculating. You're lightening the load on Unity or the other engines you're using by baking all your effects into the sequence. All Unity or Unreal have to do is simply play. In this case, 4DFX has created the slow motion by changing the nature of the sequence, stretching it out, removing frames to make the slow motion effect. This is another example where we're going to, for an artistic effect, go down to a very low poly size, so low we have lost the identity of our fire dancer, but still, in some contexts, this kind of very low poly, very lightweight, is a desired effect. You can also work with colors. You can change colors in sequences. You can replace colors. You can use lookup tables to modify the colors in your sequences. All this is available through working with 4DFX. This is an example of a look-at effect. In this effect, we're going to target the gaze of the character towards the user. So this actually is an effect that affects all stages all the way back to pre-production. You need to shoot perhaps a different way so that your character has a certain position to start with. Then in 4DFX, you're going to define the area, in this case the head, that needs to rotate and follow an object, in this case the user's position. And then this will be calculated and sent to, in this case, Unity, where in real time we will be twisting part of the mesh to match the user's position, giving us the look-at effect. So those are an example of some of the effects. There are many other ones that are available in 4DFX. And the goal is to help content creators tell stories in much smoother ways and give us richer, sometimes branching stories, allowing us to navigate through larger narratives. Finally, we come to the last phase of the workflow. Our goal here is, of course, to bring the sequences and the story to the user. The Metaverse and the AR and XR applications are sadly all dependent upon devices. We need devices to bring the experience to our users, and so we have set up bridges and connections with a great variety of devices. We are up to date with Unity Unreal. Perhaps the newest thing on this list since 2019 would be the 8th wall integration on the bottom left. You really can take these kind of content and bring it to any device you need, be it a 2D or a 3D presentation. Here's a recent example we shot in France. This is a small piece of the new Mylène Farmer pop single. In this sequence, this was shot in France. The entire video of 3.5 or so minutes is nothing but volumetric data from the HoloSys studio in France, our studio, plus post-production effects, of which there are quite a few. And by post-production, I mean taking the data out of the HoloSys workflow and bringing it into traditional VFX tools that create all sorts of things like fabric, double arms, all sorts of things. This is an example we worked on in the early pandemic. This is a live performance of the French pop singer Woodkid, who is presenting his new single in December 2020, live on German television. In this example, Woodkid was previously recorded at our studio in France. And actually, if you look carefully, you can see he's added some effects to his skins, a little bit cartoon-like. He wants the audience to not know if he's real or not really real. He has a little zipper on his jacket, right up by his throat. And we told him the zipper is so small it might come and go a bit. He said, "That's good, I want that. I want the audience to be a little bit disoriented." So there he is, 99% photorealistic, as he wanted. He's being played back in front of a real-time orchestra and shown on German television as part of the ZDF Magazine Royale sequence on Friday evenings. So it's a live performance with him on the Unreal Engine, a tracking system on the ceiling, and of course a real-time camera filming the orchestra in the studio at the ZDF facility. This is a different example. We are friends with the company AXYZ Design, who produces the excellent Anima rendering engine. Their specialty is helping people work and create architectural displays and demonstrations. I think that they have done some extremely fine work in integrating large numbers of our sequences with beautiful lighting into a variety of different architectural and landscape settings. So really, we're able to take humans and their performances and bring them into pretty much any interactive environment that we need to. So that's how we see the world in our little corner in the French Alps. Capture, build, and deliver. And I'm very happy to say that as of this fall, in about a month, we're going to add a new studio which will be available to content creators here in Korea. It will be in the Seoul area, and it will be run by IOF X MMC. This is our first venture into Korea, especially after a long gap of the pandemic, and we're very happy to be back, and we're very excited to see what unique stories the Korean content creator industry and community is going to make. So please, start making so we can discover and bring further abroad more Korean content. Finally, for those of you who have the itch to get started, you can start using volumetric video for free today on our Creators platform on the website. We have sample data available for you for download right now. There are the plugins for Unity and Unreal. There are tutorial videos. There's documentation. And if you need to try out 40FX to do some effects, you just need to email us and we'll get you a trial license. So if you are considering using this for your projects, everything you need to start testing and prototyping is available here right now for free. So please start telling us even more stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your impressive presentation.
We'll have a short Q&A session. We have about 4 minutes, so if you have a question, please raise your hand. Okay, we have a question right away. We'll pass you the microphone. So is the question being translated? Yes, this question is being translated. So you mentioned that when you're making volumetric video, you need 32 cameras. Then what would be the minimum number of cameras that you need to make volumetric video? Can you tell me what would be the minimum number of cameras?
Certainly. If you're using simply RGB cameras, the scientific answer is 6. However, the result is very ugly. If you're going to use a camera that has some kind of a depth capacity, we use only RGB cameras. It's all passive, allowing us to work with other systems if the studio chooses, like motion capture or so forth, if they want. But it is possible to use cameras that have a more complex light, like a structured light, like a Kinect camera. With these cameras, you could get away with doing, say, 2 or 3. The problem is, or the thing to take into account is, with 6 cameras or 3 cameras, you cannot generate premium content. So you can film yourself, but you can't film BTS.
Then how much is the minimum?
Oh, what would be the, like, let's say, medium quality? Like, how many cameras that you would need? Maybe in between 6 and 32. What would be the number of the cameras?
그 중간 퀄리티를 위해서 그러니까 중간 정도의 어떤
So for medium quality video, how many cameras do you think we need?
We provide systems that go from, we have 2 sizes today, 32 cameras and 48 cameras. And 48 cameras helps when there are more people at the same time, more complex objects. How many cameras you would need for medium quality? I'm afraid the answer depends on what is medium quality for you and for your project. It's hard to answer that question. In some cases, medium quality could be 12. In others, it might be 24. It really depends on the target destination of what is the experience, what are we trying to communicate, who is the audience, and what kind of devices are we using. So medium is somewhere in the middle. It depends on what the requirements are.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very excellent answer. And so mid-quality video is difficult to define, and I think you need to understand. And depending on how much quality, who's watching the video, who's consuming the video, who's consuming on what kind of device would be important in answering the question currently. Because of time constraint, we will end here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will wrap up the presentation here.
So we heard from CEO Richard Broadridge for his presentation. Thank you very much. Next, we will invite our next speaker. Our presentation will be delivered by CEO Kwak Ki-wook from Haptics, who will be talking about the role and status quo of the haptics technology in VR content. Let's give him a big round of applause. CEO of Haptics, please give him a warm welcome. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. As introduced, I'm Kwak Ki-wook, CEO of Haptics. The title of my presentation is actually quite broad. So I tried to make my presentation briefly, but I think I'll have to speed up because of time constraint. I would like to ask for your understanding before I begin. So the content will cover introduction of the company and what is haptics. And I will talk about the haptics in VR, and then I would like to talk about how haptics is used in VR. And finally, I would like to touch on the Haptics product line, a brief introduction of our products. So our presenter from Unity also mentioned this and explained this very well. So why are we using this term metaverse? There are various elements and controversies or discussions around metaverse, but I think that there is this desire where we want to connect more with people. We don't want to live together all the time, but we do want to get close to someone, connect with someone who may be in a long distance. And so we also want to be connected with the past self and the current self and the future self. And so there is this need and desire around connectivity. That is why I believe that technology developed towards this direction of connectivity through telegraphy and telephone and internet, sharing our images and videos. These behaviors and activities show that we want to have connectivity beyond the restrictions of time and space. Then what is Metaverse? So I think this is something that it does the same role of fulfilling our desire for connectivity beyond the smartphone devices. Of course, we may still continue to use smartphones, but we may want something more where we can communicate naturally and freely and openly beyond just talking on Kakao Talk. So that is where Metaverse comes in. So the biggest difference is it enables more natural and close interactions between people, and we can look at different pictures on Instagram and think about our past, that moment in our life. Of course, we can still do that. We can look at images and our expressions and feel what they feel and relate to the other person, but Metaverse uses technology that enables a much more closer interaction with other people and be much more immersed in that environment so that we can really interact with others. I think that Metaverse will be the next step after smartphone, and this is what big tech giants are talking about when it comes to Metaverse. So what we do and what we will talk about today is about Metaverse. So until now, or in the past 15 years, what we were doing was, clicking and touching on our smartphones. But if we can interact with others and if we can connect places and spaces with other people, what would that mean? So instead of just using our keyboards or using our mobile devices, we can really interact with others in this virtual space. We call this natural and natural-like interaction. And I think that there is a desire for that. And I am sure that a lot of you have experienced VR technology, but you can use your hands and your body and your movement in actual VR videos, and you have your avatar, and when that avatar touches something, you may say, why can't I feel what my avatar is feeling? But now you can, because we want more and we want that feel and that touch. So I think this is going to be the future of Metaverse. When we live in our reality, we use all of our five senses. But what we can deliver through remote technology is only visual and audio information. So all of our technologies are developed focused around audio and video information. But now we need more tactical senses, and so that kind of technology will enable a more natural-like and real-like content in Metaverse, and so that is what we are focused on, the touch and the feel and the tactile sense. So what is haptics? In Korea, there are a lot of IPR, but the trademark has been restricted because of Samsung, because it used the term haptic. And so it has become impossible for us to use the term haptic. But anyways, haptic is used to promote a certain product, and haptic is something that has been applied to our recent smartphones. Before, we used to be able to write using our keyboards, but on smartphones, because we cannot feel the different spaces on the keyboard, it's difficult to use it without looking at it directly. And so there is this thing called haptic feedback, which provides a response when people touch the touch screen, and it gives a better response. And so Samsung released this haptics phone. And haptic provides haptic feedback where people can do something or touch something, and they can have this type of response, and they can feel it in their tip of their fingertips. So how can these be applied in Metaverse and VR? Ready Player One was a book that was created into a movie, and it gave a lot of inspiration for many developers around the world. It was created into a movie. I'm sure you have watched the movie. There's a visor, as you can see here on the screen. That visor was mentioned 56 times throughout the novel, and haptic was used 50 times in the novel. So we thought that we need both of them, the visor and the haptic, and we thought that these two things will be developed around the same time. But visor was developed in a very rapid speed, and while the term haptic was not being used as much. So I'd like to talk about haptics in VR. In our imagination, to experience the VR in a more immersive way, we need haptics, but the technology level is not that high right of now. So haptics has been used a lot in gaming industry. For example, there's a DualShock controller. I'm sure you've heard of this controller. Before that, there were controllers without vibration. And then we are seeing more and more controllers that have a vibration feature, and now it has become an essential feature. Also, Logitech steering wheel is used as a console, and when you do racing games at game arcades, when you go into a game that doesn't have a vibration feature, then without the haptics, you feel that you're not really immersed in the game. So if we never experienced this haptics in our games, we wouldn't have known the benefits and the effect. But now that we know, people say that haptics has become essential in gaming experience. So there are more and more haptics feature in different types of games. So haptics has become very important in VR games. But what's challenging is battery. It's closely linked to battery. Battery technology, the display technology has developed a lot, but battery technology has been lagging behind the speed of the development of display technology. But it requires a lot of battery capacity to deliver vibration because it provides a lot of force. So it needs motor, and developing motor is very challenging. And that is why we are seeing less of a development in the haptics and vibration. So the vibrotactile controller has a very weak vibration, and because of the battery capacity, they can only provide a weak vibration. And so the content is actually adapting around that shortfall. So sometimes the vibration is so weak that it's almost unnoticeable. And sometimes these devices just remove the vibrotactile feature from the controller. So this is the reality. And there was a recent product that was released with a very strong vibrotactile feature, and it was also included, the haptics was also included in the headset, and then the MetaQuest Pro that was announced yesterday or last week also said that it strengthened the feature of haptics. And so we don't know right now, but it shows that it's quite challenging to do something in the field of haptics. Another thing that we can think about in haptics is about when we touch something or grab something in VR, there is this force feedback that we get. And as you can see here, it looks like you can really grasp at something and really grip something, right? And so you can grip something, an object in VR, and so we are seeing technologies developed around that, but it looks like it can be broken down easily, and it looks like it's very expensive to develop, right? So there are challenges there as well. Another thing is there could be difference in the power of our hands, right? So there's the strength, the different strength of our hands that we use, and if we try to grab something too much, then it might be difficult for the haptics technology to actually differentiate different strength range. And so this is the current challenge that we face in the field of haptics. It's very expensive, it's difficult to wear, but it doesn't give that really immersive quality as of now. So it is currently being used for restricted purposes as of now.
첫 번째는 저희 재활 받으러 왔으면 물리적으로 재활 받으러
If you go to rehab for physical rehab, you need to provide some sort of current or electric shock to deliver that feel in that person's limbs, or there is another way of trying to move the person's limb by giving a simulation. And then around 10 years ago, there was a sensational technology which was quite useless, but it was very sensational. It was a device, and it was actually donated to the copyright was acquired by Meta, and so we are seeing these movements around trying to use that technology. And because we have to use electricity, another challenge is that it has to be on our skin, right? If we want to wear it, we have to wear it on our skin, on our body, inside our clothes. And so these different points also have to be connected, well connected, sustainably. And so these are some of the challenges in this area that we must resolve. But powering these devices through electricity is the most portable way, and so we are continuing to develop in that direction.
And this is also a popular company called haptX, and they are using pneumatic and microfluidic method. They air in to this device, or you use the liquid with high viscosity, and it really feels, it can really regenerate the feeling of like physical sensation, and it is very real. So when you touch it, you can actually feel that you are actually touching it, and it recreates a detailed sensation. However, it cannot regenerate large senses. And also controlling air fluid, it is not difficult. It is not easy. So you need a bulky hardware. And it looks big. In fact, next to this glove, there was a huge device. Currently, it has been minimized, but you still have to wear a huge device like a backpack. And also, ultrasound method, you don't have to touch anything to feel it. The ultrasound it's like a speaker. So for example, if you go closer to this large speaker, you can feel the air, you can feel the audio. So this ultrasound method, you can feel the air pressure. And this air pressure can be delivered to your hand. However, this is at its initial stage. It's very hard to target the sensation. It's very weak. And there's another technology that is using thermal method. You can feel the coldness. However, you can't see this often because there are not many use cases for this. It suddenly becomes cold, suddenly becomes hot. I mean, it is technologically possible, but do you need it? When you think about it, there are not many use cases for this, so it is not widely used. And also, like the electrotactile method, the thermal method requires you to be in close contact with the device. So there are a lot of technologies that are already available, but some of them are at its initial stage. So far, I showed you some examples of haptic technologies that actuates the haptics, and I briefed you on some of the examples. And I would like to move on and talk about those haptic gloves. So haptic gloves let you track, and you will probably imagine these tracking only gloves. So in order to feel the senses, you need to track where this hand is. In other words, you need to know whether it's touching some specific location or not. So if you look at MetaQuest system, you use the gloves to track your finger movement. But I actually try it. The selling price is actually very high. It's like millions of won to 10 millions of won. So they are very expensive. So game companies or animation companies, they use the actors to recreate the sensation. It's just to that level. And also in VR, minus VR is doing very well in VR glove, but their gloves are still expensive, like millions of won, and it's only sell based on B2B basis. And also other VR devices are also using deep learning technology to track the hand. So in B2C market, the tracking only gloves are not that useful or widely adopted. So this is usually made in B2B businesses. And also, if you look at the right-hand side, there's force feedback driven VR gloves. There was this video announced by Meta. So let's say if you make an optimal haptic glove, and how minimized can they be? How simplified can they be? I think that's why they did this research. Can you play this video, please? Can you click it? It's connected to internet, isn't it? Okay, I think we have some technical issues. If you look at this Meta, if you look up YouTube Meta gloves, it will appear, and you can have a look at it on your own. Okay, so they use the pneumatic method that can recreate the sensation, and that's its strength. But then they realize it's not easy, so they haven't went to the next step yet. And also there are many initiatives to create VR controller. They try various methods. A lot of them have disappeared. The battery issue was the huge issue. And there's haptic suits. So some are full body suit, but it's all the matter of the cost. So that's why we only see vests. So they have a voice coil. It's used as a speaker, but they reduce the sound, but it gives the sensation. So Subpack Awoos are that example, and Biotactile is using the motor, but they kind of disappeared from the market at the moment. And also a lot of them disappeared, and we only have Textile suit in the market. They use electrotactile method, as I mentioned earlier. You have to take off your clothes so it can be in close contact with your body. It's easy to send the electricity current to your body, but it's difficult to control. And also, you feel the electricity current, and they will ask you, they need to calibrate. They will ask you, can you feel it? And the moment you said you can feel it, and then if they up the electricity current, then you will feel the pain. So the pressure-based sensation. So this is actually painful than the pressure-based sensation. And there are some active companies related to VR haptic. I forgot to put my company in here, but that's the whole list. So we are kind of running out of time, but I'd like to introduce you to our product. So as I mentioned, so there are various landscape in this haptics industry, and there are a lot of challenges that we're trying to overcome. And we want to make B2C devices. Of course, B2B products can be expensive, but we want to make an affordable priced devices for more wider audience, so people can enjoy more senses other than audio visual, and that is our goal. We have tech suit, and we also have tech gloves. So we have vests, and I would say tech suit, the vest is the main one. So there are 40 motors on this vest. So we use various motors, and they are individually controllable wirelessly, and that is the strength of our product. And it can be controlled wirelessly, and as a result, the content companies want to use TechSuit in their content creation. There are many contents that can take advantage of our vests. That's why we earned the Innovation Award in CES in 2021, and I try to play it. Maybe it won't play. I will give it a go. Okay, come to our YouTube channel and you'll be able to see this video as well. So we compare the vests. Our hardware is amazing compared to other competitors, and the price is priced at $499. It may be expensive in Korean won terms, but for the foreign audience, it's an acceptable price, and it offers native support. So what I mean by native support is these games are operable on our suit. There are not many companies who can do that. It is 170 plus games. It's not, you may think that it's not a lot, but in VR landscape, this is a lot. And we are selling a product to individuals, and you can buy it tonight. And if you want to play any of the games on this list, you can play the game. And it's not just audio visual. In fact, you can also enjoy this haptic sensation when you play these games. And also, our products are used in various arcades. So a lot of arcades have disappeared in Korea. However, in overseas market, the VR arcade is still popular, and many arcades are using our products. So far, I briefed you on haptics, what is possible, what is not possible, and I talked about the products that we are offering to the market, and it's not a far-off future. You can recreate tactile sensation. I wouldn't say we can create realistic, like 100% realistic tactile sensation. However, our brain is tuned to audiovisual experience, but we are offering haptic feedback that is well complementing audiovisual experience. It has low latency, and in terms of context, it works really well. Say you were shot and you feel that sensation at that point of time. Or let's say it's raining and you feel the rain here and there on your body. And say you put something in your backpack, and you feel the weight. So timely manner, you feel the spatial sensation. That's the level we are at. So it's vibration, but it still kind of like make you think, your brain thinks that, something happened in this area. That's how our products are developed. It's not for our future. We are actually producing this product, and 1% of our products that we produce is sold in Korea. So unfortunate that it's not widely used in Korea yet, but in overseas market it is widely accepted, and it's near future. And it was a very short period of time, and I'd like to share how we were able to create the ecosystem. The creators were able to use our products and to offer the haptic contents. So it's like Photoshop. We have this tool, software tools. We offer this to the creators of content. And if the SDKs are complicated, they can't use it. But our SDKs are set up in a way that it's very easy to navigate. And most of them are accessible free of charge. So you can go to our website and check them out. And you can create native contents or native support contacts. And also, this is the haptic designer. You can think of it as Photoshop. Let me show you some example. So there are 40 motors, and in order to control one by one, it's going to be very complicated. So on your left hand side, you can see the motors on one side of the vest, and you can just click, click, click to control the motors, and you can control the time frames for each motor. Say, it's just like putting subtitles for a film that you're making. So if you're making a character animation, or if you're creating an event in a film, you can control the pattern of haptics. And then you can see here, you can upload the video. And also, well, it's kind of like not in order. However, you can get the feel for it. Say here, if you want to put a haptic at this point, then so you can create the pattern in advance, and you drag and drop that pattern. And just imagine, so you can feel the sensation around your abdomen as you have designed. And we have various plug-ins, and it's easy to navigate. And also we have audio to haptic, and you can also make the haptic feedback in an automated manner. It's very easy to operate. You can explore what we offer. So you don't need to record one by one. You can recreate this easily. So in the end, this is the future that we envision. It started with the gaming. However, it's evolving. Meta is also working on bringing this experience to social platform. So we are making these tech labs for the social media usage. Okay, so the video won't work, so please check out our YouTube channel one more time. And this will be launched in December, and we'll be able to showcase this at next year's CES. Okay, so this is our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was CEO Kwang Gi-woo of B Haptics. Thank you so much for your presentation. So he talked about the role of haptics in the virtual reality. And we'll move on to the next presentation. This presentation will be presented by CEO Ha Tae-jin of Burnett. He will talk about mobile AR, authoring app, and AI short-form video production and applications in advertisement. Please welcome Mr. Ha with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. As introduced, I am the CEO for Night. I would like to thank you for joining us until the end. We don't have much time, so I would like to just touch on the core parts of my presentation because we have to end as scheduled. I would like to briefly introduce our company. It has been established for about 6 years now, and it is working to grow in a rapid pace. We have intellectual property rights, certifications and awards, and technology grades recognized. We also have a lot of enterprise customers. We also have attracted investment in the amount of 39 billion Korean won, and we have different offices across the world in the U.S. and North America. So we have about 180 people. We also have different offices in the U.S. and North America. So these are the core business areas that we focus on. and I will explain in this video. So when you go on site, there are various work happening, and there are a lot of equipment. On construction sites, it's very vast, and so there is a operating protocol, but it is now transformed into an AI-based software. We use an AI-based software. It's no-code mode, and so anyone can use this. And a lot of these content are distributed and released and shared. You can also use Oculus, and you can use this content on different devices. You can report on the work progress, and you can view the report of the progress, and you can remotely monitor all of these technologies, and you can identify all of this information on the screen without having to go to the site. You can communicate with foreigners using the interpretation feature, and you can use robots and drones and cameras. It's all connected so that they are remotely viewed. So our customers are enterprise customers, and so security and confidentiality is a very important feature, and so we fulfill our requirements and responsibilities as we conduct this program with our enterprise customers. So we take a no-code mode. So our make software is no code. So the advantage of that is that anyone can create. You don't have to learn coding. Low code and pro code require some training on coding, and that may lead to low productivity. So we have an advantage in no code. So we can create content in this process. We have this on YouTube, so I'll just make this explanation brief. So there are various things that we do here in our process. We create a project and we bring up a PPT file, and you can change all of these into Excel content, and you can choose text and images, bring them up on the screen. As you can see on the left-hand side, you see a tree, system alignment, and then you can remove anything that you don't need. Another advantage that we have is that this is a protocol for different types of work processes, so it's quite different and differentiated from other softwares. You can create a checklist or a reporting format. This is something that our competitors don't have. So you can create a checklist here, as you can see, and then you can adjust the different options. For example, you can change the name or increase the items within the checklist, and you can also take pictures or write them in text. You need to understand the equipment so you can recognize the different equipment using codes or QR codes. You can also adjust the different properties or rotation. You can also set up differently. For example, you can make something work at a specific way, and all of these are controlled within our program. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can choose interaction. There's touch, and there are different interaction methods here, as you can see, and so you can choose different options. And then, as I mentioned, you can write up a report on the work progress. So when you click on that button, there are several samples here you see on the screen, so you can click on that. And you can also change whatever goes in that box. So you can write up this report, and there are safety precautions or some essential processes or tasks. And these can be checked mandatorily, and it can show the operator or the worker on site what they need to do. So this is a software that allows workers to see and view the checklist. They can take pictures or write up a report, and the manager or the operator can have a overview of the entire progress of the work. So you can see a preview of that as well. Another advantage that we have is that you can send this content to different types of devices. So you can send it to mobile devices, and you can also look at it as a HoloLens version and then a Oculus Quest 2 version. So even with the same content, you don't have to develop different versions according to the type of device you want to release it in. All of these apps are already developed, so all you have to do is release it in different types of devices. So this increases the productivity. So these are the industrial solutions that we focused on until now, but starting from the fourth quarter, we are also going to target entertainment industry. So this is about that. We have an app called View, and we changed the UI of View, and we included different types of content so that users can see them as thumbnail. And so this is available for you to experience at our booth. So if you're interested, please do come. And we can create video content using this app. And so you can use this content and upload video on TikTok or YouTube or Instagram Reels. So you can use it for marketing purposes. And we work with Treasure Hunter in partnership with Treasure Hunter to collaborate on the video creation process. So we get a lot of expertise from Treasure Hunter. I think you know what this screen is showing, but the short form content is being used a lot. It has exceeded YouTube and TikTok. A lot of the users are more focused on using TikTok, and so we are targeting this market. There is a huge amount of users, and there are a lot of different things that you can do with AR. There will be a lot of applications based on AR, and we need to find a killer content, right? So are we going to create a metaverse, or are we going to gain on the momentum of these very profitable apps and channels? And so because there is a very popular media channel, we decided to leverage that. So as you can see, we get our projects from our customers as an advertisement company, and we create the content and plan the content, and then we shoot it showing how to enjoy this content, and then that the video is sent to our customer, and then there's a lot of challenge on TikTok, right? So we create different challenges so that it becomes viral. So this is basically a marketing and advertisement business that we just began. So this is an example that we did. As you can see, all of this content was done by no code, without any programming, within a few weeks, so few days actually. So as long as you have a model or an actor, you can create these types of content easily. We use our software and create something like a game-like content. And this is just part of our content, but it is a 3D game and different types of features of the games that we're trying to reflect in our content. So our creators are creating these types of features. And as you can see, you can also do pixel art on this content so that anyone can experience it, play with it, and it can create different types of content even if we don't make them. So it's open for participants to enjoy. For this to succeed, we must also engage and make our customers and consumers happy. And so we provide the tools, and our customers can use these tools to create something with them, and we provide support so that our creators develop something interesting. And so we work with a lot of creators, and we also foster many creators. So as I mentioned, we are working with Treasure Hunter, and we are thinking about how to use AR video in advertisement, and so there are a lot of toolkits that we can use. And then we also have an XR Academy that we will begin in the next half of the year, and around 100 people have graduated from this academy for level 1, and the higher level that they get, they become more advanced developers and creators. And so we recruit creators so they can work with us. And as you can see, we work and recruit and collaborate with a lot of creators. If you're interested, you can also register as our partner and work with us and collaborate with us. So this is something new that we're preparing, AWE. We have done a launching show at AWE in Portugal, Lisbon, and so this is authoring and all-in-one solution without having to download on web. So we're going to launch this in Europe first, and then in Korea next year, and then in the US. So I hope that maybe I can have an opportunity next time to explain more about this new project that we're working on. And so this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions, we have a bit of a time left, so thank you very much. You made that presentation very brief, so we have some time left. So if you have any questions from the floor, please raise your hand. I don't think we have any question from the floor, so I would just like to say that we have a lot of solution, but we are trying to move towards a company growing with partners, and we plan to expand our business with a lot of partners. So I would like to find the opportunity to work with business partners, and we pursue to share the profits as well. So if you're interested to work with us, please do reach out to me. So thank you for your presentation. We actually have a question that we received online, so let me just ask you that. Let me make me brief. And when Vernet, I understand that Vernet is recognized globally, and you focus on industrial projects. So are there any other projects for consumers? We focused on industrial projects, and we are showing a growth in profits, and we aim to grow by 100% and 200%. So we are reviewing other business opportunities as well. So if you have more portfolio and a wide range of services, that would be great too. You are recognized as a startup, and so what do you think is the secret to your success as a startup? Thank you very much for the compliment. Personally, I studied AI starting from 2005, and I'm very interested in AI, so I focused my 20s and my 30s on AI, and now Metaverse has become the buzzword, but it's quite difficult. It's a new area, so I do want to see and create more opportunities and expand our businesses in these areas. I think the secret is my passion. Thank you very much for that. And we will end the last presentation here. So please give him a big round of applause. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. We have had back-to-back presentations throughout the Congress. We have had the last presentation from Vernex. And so thank you very much for joining us until the end. Thank you for taking part in the Congress for such a long time. We have talked about the trends and the direction of the development, and the Global Metaverse Congress will be closed here now. And so we look forward to seeing you at a later opportunity. Thank you very much for joining us today.